Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Para tuba jodiri chukuma tuku tuba jodiri ndimo egu mawego. Para tuba jodiri chukuma tuku tuba jodiri ndimo egu mawego. Obodo jisike nubo serona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ni ga ponto mo iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Why feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa nefo ya banyu si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga book.
All right, I'm hearing myself back somewhat from another device. Good day to you. Good to be your company. Or that a very, very late one this time around. We're not going to spend too much just dilly-dallying and being unnecessarily unnecessary. We're just going to delve straight into it. So good day to you and all that. Our protocol remains the same. Click on like if you would. Subscribe if you haven't already. Come join me on the screen via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links just as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream. So those are the things that I usually say, and those are the things I'm inviting you to do now. So do those things. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Super chat towards the stream. Share the links as widely as you can. And of course, say hello in the comment section as well. As you're coming in, say hello so we can acknowledge your presence and say hello back. We got Hassan already. Assalamu alaikum is what Hassan is saying to you. So that's Hassan right there. Assalamu alaikum. So assalamu alaikum to you all. Let's just get started. So now Nigeria seems to have signed some sort of tax pact with France, and that has generated quite just a whirlwind of controversy, just an avalanche of backlash. So we're going to delve into that. First, we're going to see what was signed with France, and then we're going to discuss then why people are pushing against it so aggressively. So let's just get straight into it. let's get straight into it. Kick the story off from here. This is coming out of Business Insider Africa. Nigeria signs tax data MOU with France, raising concerns, raising sovereignty concerns, or raising concerns around sovereignty, which is essentially what I was about to say there. So that is the Nigerian representative right there, Zach Oyedele, of course, and his counterpart from France are signing now this controversial MOU, Memorandum of Understanding. Nigeria's Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, and I think that acronym has since changed, by the way. They've changed it to something else. Nigeria's Federal Inland Revenue Service signed a Memorandum of Understanding with France's tax authority on the 10th of December to improve digital tax administration. So it's just from that, it sounds as more of a technical. Pardon me. It sounds more. Let me move this thing away from me. Actually, every breath, every sip of water seems to be coming through. So it sounds more like a technical support part than anything else. So Nigeria Federal Inland Revenue Service signed a memorandum of understanding with France's tax authority on the 10th of December to improve digital tax administration. The agreement includes tools for AI-powered audits and automated compliance, raising concern about data sovereignty. So those concerns might well be legitimate if the back end, if the technology supporting this system is housed outside of Nigeria, but if the technical support to put them in place is coming from outside of Nigeria, then that is an inevitability, because Nigeria does not have the in-house expertise to build the automation that is needed for the complexity of what that tax the new tax regime requires. Nigeria's Federal Inland Revenue Service signed a memorandum of understanding with France's tax authority on the 10th of December to improve digital tax administration. The agreement includes tools for AI-powered audits and automated compliance, raising concerns about data sovereignty. Nigeria's FIRS signed an MOU with France's tax authority to enhance digital tax administration. Aggregated economic data will be shared under the MOU, emphasizing protection of raw taxpayer information. So it's not even the information of Baba Sule that sells meat down the road. I don't think that anybody, especially, although you might well want to establish pattern with that, because they will establish pattern with that, but it's really the top end echelons and their financial records. That's really where the concern is. Aggregated economic data will be shared under the MOU, emphasizing protection of raw taxpayer information. Critics express worries over potential risks to Nigeria's fiscal independence and exposure of sensitive information. So I'm not quite sure when Nigeria became a country of any consequence that information is sensitive there. Nigeria has decided to move. Pardon me. Nigeria has decided to move ahead with a new tax partnership with France. Despite concerns over data security and national sovereignty, the deal gives Nigeria access to AI-powered audits, automated compliance systems, real-time economic and analytics, and cybersecurity tools. However, it has raised questions about the potential exposure of sensitive economic data and the possible impact on Nigeria's fiscal independence. Under the agreement, Nigeria will share aggregated and anonymized economic, so that is to say disguised. So there will be no name, just raw data. It's just raw data without names is what that essentially tells us. Pardon me, give me 1 second. Let me play a bit of music. It is live. Yes. Hold on. Hold on. What's going on? What's going on? Why are you not in bed? Why are you not in bed?
I want you to just come upstairs.
To do what?
To
You know there's school tomorrow.
with me.
Yeah, all right. Okay. One sec. Sorry. Let me play a bit of music. Oh.
Ojoojúmọ́ ni mo fún wọn wọlé, mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o, mi ò fojú tí ń rìn wọn láyé. Ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́, torí oníkọ́ tó yẹ ọ̀la ni. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Wọ́n máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá.
All right, apologies for that. That was my little boy who should really be fast asleep already now, but he woke up and then hold on. So if you've ever wondered why I come out so late, that's exactly why. I needed him to be in bed already before I come out, but he woke up looking for daddy and all that. So that it is. All right. So we were talking about the MOU signed between France and Nigeria to somewhat it's around our taxation essentially, and a lot of people concerned that our sensitive information will be stored in the hands of our foreign bodies. Nigeria signs tax data MOU with France, raising sovereignty concerns. So I'm starting it all over again, of course, because we're disrupted. Pardon me, I'm out of breath. Nigeria's Federal Inland Revenue Service signed a memorandum of understanding with France's tax authorities on the 10th of December to improve digital tax administration. So that was what was signed. The agreement includes tools for AI-powered audits and automated compliance, raising concerns about data sovereignty. Nigeria's Federal Inland Revenue Service signed an MOU with France's tax authority to enhance digital tax administration. Aggregated economic data will be shared under the MOU, emphasizing protection of raw taxpayer information. Critics express concerns over potential risks to Nigeria's fiscal independence and exposure of sensitive information. So that was what we were looking at. Nigeria has decided to move ahead with a new tax partnership with France despite concerns about data security and national sovereignty. The deal gives Nigeria access to AI-powered audit, automated compliance systems, real-time economic analytics, and cybersecurity tools. However, it has raised questions about the potential exposure of sensitive economic data and the possible impact on Nigeria's fiscal independence. Under the agreement, Nigeria will share aggregated and anonymized economic information, including insight on multinational. So this is where the concern really is. Like I said, it wasn't really about Baba Sule sending meat down the road and how much is paying in tax. It's the multinationals, the super rich, the Dangotes, the Rabios, the Otedolas. That's really where the concern is. Under the agreement, Nigeria will share aggregated anonymized economic information, including insight on multinational companies, transferring pricing, and profit shifting practices. Although officials have emphasized that no raw taxpayer files will leave the country. Nevertheless, critics caution that even aggregated data could reveal key financial patterns, giving France insight into Nigeria's economy and potentially affecting the country's control over its fiscal policies. So it looks as though as the Francophone countries are rescuing themselves from France, Nigeria is throwing herself into the hands of France. This seems to be what is going on. One post on X, the truth is this data can reveal key financial patterns and give France visibility into our economy. Once it leaves, we cannot get it back, putting our national economic sovereignty at risk. The commentary added, this MOU could compromise our control over our revenue system. So because it's an administrative tool, so it doesn't deliver anything. You know, yes, it might give out information as to patterns, but I cannot see how this comes into play. The commentary added, this MOU could compromise our control over our revenue system. It's simply a system. So I don't think they can lever the system in any way. It's not a policy position. It's like a machine, essentially. It's like an accounting system. It's like what's that system they used to use back in the day? It's like there was a system they used to. It's just an accounting system and a data correlation system as well. So It doesn't have anything to do with the control of either the tax. The tax generation, it has no leverage over anything outside of exposing patterns and just the raw volume of the Nigerian economy. One post on X stated, the truth is this data can reveal key financial patterns and give France visibility into our economy. Once it leaves, we cannot get it back, putting our national economic sovereignty at risk. The commentary added, this MOU could compromise our control over our revenue system, expose sensitive economic data, and weaken Nigeria's fiscal independence. We are big enough to manage our own tax system and employ our experts. So which expertise do we have in heavy lifting as financial structures and AI that would, so they should go and get a Ikaite down the road to go and build a system. This deal should be paused or renegotiated to protect Nigerian taxpayers and safeguard the sovereignty of our economy. So do you even know the details of the deal for you to take that position? How do you know that it's not already embedded in that deal, all these protections? Another observer noted, allowing France into our tax system is effectively giving them a dashboard on our economy highlighting the risks of foreign access to sensitive financial information. But I broadly agree, by the way, with the criticism of this particular MOU. You know, I don't think we should be letting France access that sensitive level of information, knowing the antecedents of France, which is usually exploitative, especially of third world countries. France's changing role in West Africa. The MOU comes amidst a broader shift in France's engagement in West Africa. Since 2022, Paris has ended major counter-terrorism missions in Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, Chad, and Cote d'Ivoire, and closed bases in Senegal and amidst rising French anti-French sentiment. The country now likely limits its involvement to training, intelligence sharing, and targeted support requested by regional governments. The agreement follows a recent coup attempt in Benin, where France provided intelligence and logistical support to foil the plot. Paris also shared information with Nigeria, which deployed fighter jets and troops at Benin's request, Reuters reports. Following the incident, French President Emmanuel Macron pledged to strengthen security and counter-terrorism cooperation with Nigeria at the request of President Tinubu. This move, now adopted by France in its dealing with West African nations, reflect a strategic shift towards collaborating bilateral cooperation across both economic and security domains, rather than the country's previous focus on military posturing. Strategic implications. Ultimately, the MOU is viewed as part of France's efforts to reassert influence in West Africa at a time when the United States has also shown growing interest in the region. Observers, however, cautioned that Nigeria must ensure the partnership safeguards its economic sovereignty and retains full control over sensitive fiscal data. Once France gets its clutches into you, there's no escaping it. Resistance from a lot of quarters, certainly from the north. So the Northerners are up in arms with regards to this one. I'm not quite sure what level of understanding they have of it, but they are certainly pushing hard against it. Pardon me. So they are certainly pushing hard against it. Northern elders demand immediate termination of Federal Inland Revenue Service France tax MOU. The Northern Elders Forum on Sunday called for the immediate termination of the Memorandum of Understanding signed between the Federal Inland Revenue Service and the French Tax Authority, Direction Générale des Finances. Anyway, French authorities. That's more. Let's just leave it at that. The forum also warned that the agreement poses a grave threat to Nigeria's economic sovereignty and national security. In an open letter addressed to the federal government, the Senate, and the House of Representatives, the forum describes the MOU as a dangerous tax data agreement capable of exposing Nigeria's most sensitive economic information to foreign control. The letter, signed by the NEF spokesperson, Professor Abubakar Jediri, stated that the agreement goes beyond technical cooperation and represents what the group termed an unprotected gateway into the heart of Nigeria's economic infrastructure. So that's the pushback from the north. But there's this girl that actually did a breakdown of exactly what it means. So let's see how she's positioning in this whole narrative. This is this British girl that pays a special attention to Nigeria's, to not just Nigeria, but West African financial affairs. So let's see what she's making of it.
France is helping Nigeria digitize its tax system, and some people are calling it modern colonization. It's not hard to see why, right? Because France was recently kicked out of Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali. Nigeria just entered Benin under ECOWAS, and critics say that that move may have come under French influence. So when France signs a tax reform deal with Nigeria, people start asking questions about who's really pulling the strings. But here's what we do know, right? The MOU between Nigeria's FIRS and France's tax authority was signed publicly. It's a cooperation agreement, not a treaty. Officials say it's focused on training, digital tools, and enforcement frameworks. The FIRS has
all right. Let's listen to that again. It's focused on. I think I actually have a breakdown of it. Just on top of it, it says. This lady clearly broke down the digital tax deal between France and Nigeria and what it means for Nigeria's digital sovereignty. Some people are just shouting without understanding. So I broke it down for better understanding. So let's get this better understanding. This is for the benefit of our obedient friends who are just running away with this and making their usual noise. Imagine you are in nursery 2. So he has broken it down to the dummy version of it. It says Nigeria has a piggy bank where it keeps money collected from people and companies. That piggy bank belongs only to Nigeria. One day, Nigeria tells France, please teach us better ways to collect money, find people who hide money, and make sure big companies pay what they should. France said, okay, we will teach you, but we will not touch your piggy bank. The teaching agreement is called MOU. What this MOU is not, France is not taking Nigeria's money. France is not controlling Nigeria's tax office. France is not seeing everybody's money. France is not changing Nigeria's law. Nigeria is still the boss of its money. What sharing information means, sometimes a very big company hides money in another country. Nigeria says, France, please check this one company. France checks only that one case, locks the message, and sends it back. Nobody is opening Nigeria's whole book. Why is Nigeria doing this? Some very big companies play hide and seek with money. This agreement helps Nigeria find the money, make big companies pay, get more money without adding new taxes. About fair and shouting, many countries do this. America and Mexico, United Kingdom and Nigeria, India and many countries, it is normal. So now let's not see how this lady breaks it down. So we take this from the beginning again, with a better insight into what's been said.
France is helping Nigeria digitize its tax system, and some people are calling it modern colonization. And it's not hard to see why, right? Because France was recently kicked out of Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali. Nigeria just entered Benin under ECOWAS, and critics say that that move may have come under French influence. So when France signs a tax reform deal with Nigeria, people start asking questions about who's really pulling the strings. But here's what we do know, right? The MOU between Nigeria's FIRS and France's tax authority was signed publicly. It's a cooperation agreement, not a treaty. Officials say it's focused on training, digital tools, and enforcement frameworks. The FIRS has denied giving France access to taxpayer files. They say France is only providing technical support. Well, that's the official line, but people still have concerns. And at the same time, there are reasons why Nigeria may have made this move, right? First, Nigeria's revenue is constrained. Debt repayments are swallowing over 75% of income. Global lenders like IMF want proof that Nigeria can boost revenue before they release more funds, which is going to trigger Nigerians anyway, right? France is a G7 country. If they back your reforms, you look investable. Second, the tech. France has working digital systems, Nigeria doesn't. And this isn't about coding, it's about structure, linking banks, customs, tax IDs, and government data. That's the kind of system that could take years to build in-house. Third,
she says it could take years to build. This is exactly what I was saying. Nigeria doesn't have the accoutrements to build this system itself. We're simply not equipped to do it. So if we're not equipped to do it, and if it will take us years to be equipped to do it, if people that have already done it are able to help us put it in place, then why not? So I'm not quite sure how this particular narrative is being framed by the obedient space, but it's nothing more than it says on the tin, exactly what they wrote on the tin. It is technical support to get over the heavy hump of the automations of a complex tax system. So that's just what that is. Let's go back just a third.
Do know, right? The MOU between Nigeria's FIRS and France's tax authority was signed publicly. It's a cooperation agreement, not a treaty. Officials say it's focused on training, digital tools, and enforcement frameworks. The FIRS has denied giving France access to taxpayer files. They say France is only providing technical support. Well, that's the official line, but people still have concerns. And at the same time, there are reasons why Nigeria may have made this move, right? First, Nigeria's revenue is constrained. Debt repayments are swallowing over 75% of income. Global lenders like IMF want proof that Nigeria can boost revenue before they release more funds, which is going to trigger Nigerians anyway, right? France is a G7 country. If they back your reforms, you look investable. Second, the tech. France has working digital systems, Nigeria doesn't. And this isn't about coding, it's about structure, linking banks, customs, tax IDs, and government data. That's the kind of system that could take years to build in-house. Third, France has corporate interests. Total Energy is heavily invested in Nigerian oil and gas, right? So it's fair to say that France benefits if Nigeria's economy stays stable. But here's what's missing from the public deal. No open source alternative, no challenge to local developers, no ECOWAS-led version, no national consultation. It didn't have to be France, right?
No. Why did it? So I agree with quite a few of the things she said there. She said, so where's what? No, it says, what's missing in the public deal?
No open source alternative, no.
So no open source alternative. It was saying it was a bit like the high-tech deal with the Shagora family. There was no open bidding. It wasn't put to tender. So that's what she's saying there. So she's saying
no open source alternative.
So no open source alternative. It wasn't put to tender. So I cannot say I fully agree with that. If it's ready to go and they have trust in the French, which they seem to have, they seem to, especially the Tinubu administration, they especially seem to have a good relationship with the French. So it didn't need to be open sourced. If there's already it's the same argument that we had with high tech that was awarded to the Calabar Coastal Road. It did not need to go to tender because in fact, even more so that a high-tech award of the Calabar Road, it did not really need to go to tender because there was no other capacitation locally outside of high-tech to take that on. Now, there are capacitations globally to take on this tax MOU that Nigeria has with France. There's other people that could have done it, but this particular administration already has an established rapport with the French. So that open source tender, but she goes on to say there's no local content. So I'm not quite sure if it's embedded in that deal that there has to be a local content, because with most Nigerian deals, there's usually a local content, especially in training, and even the training is a local content and technology transfer and all that. So they'll be embedded in that deal, as often is the case with Nigerian international deals, a local content element. So she may be mistaken in that, just for reasons of her not knowing.
No challenge to local developers, no ECOWAS-led version, no.
What does she mean, ECOWAS-led version? What has Nigeria got to do with ECOWAS? Nigeria is the only literate country in where ECOWAS. So if Nigeria is not capacitated, then there's only one educated country in West Africa, and it's Nigeria. So if Nigeria can't do it, then what does she mean, ECOWAS something?
National consultation. It didn't.
That's what made me pause. Why does it need national consultation for a technical MOU to be signed with a foreign country? When has that ever been done? And what is the requirement for it? What national consultation? To consult whom on what?
have to be France, right? Nigeria could have used visionary strategies like turning tax reform into community owned infrastructure, letting citizens invest through a bond or digital token tied to performance, offer tax rebates.
No. She's now infusing her own thoughts into how the tax reform should have taken place. So what she's saying now is outside of that MOU with France. But but what she did, the first half of what she said is exactly what I wanted to bring to you. It's a technical support, it's a training, tooling, and somewhat maintenance. The administration of the regime even is going to still be in the hands of the Nigerians, but the heavy lifting of the tooling of it, the complexity of what is required for the system to work is outside of the capacity of the country to provide for itself.
Or returns when revenue improves, involve diaspora investors who care about good governance. Of course, that needs legislation, bulletproof transparency, and proper oversight. But long term, it builds trust, control, and ownership. And let's be real, digitalization isn't a silver bullet, right? Tech alone won't fix tax collection without policy enforcement and public buy-in. So yes, the deal was signed, but there may still be political room to adjust the terms because cooperation isn't control unless the data is contractually handed over. And right now, those clauses aren't public. I don't know if you know, but I wrote a book about data in Nigeria, not that one, about 3 years ago. So I'm not guessing. Kind of know what I'm talking about. Anyway, let's talk in the comment section.
All right, so that's that girl now telling us whatever it is, gibberish, a lot of it, but some of it actually made sense. I think I have there's a press release by the have I zoomed it beyond? It might not. Okay, yes, I can still zoom it some more. So there's a press release by the Federal Inland Revenue Service to clarify the confusion being spread by the naysayers, the enemies of the country. So here is how hopefully you can see this. So I'm not sure if you will be able to read it along with me, but no, the Federal Inland Revenue Service has responded. A press release clarification on the FIRS Memorandum of Understanding. The Federal Inland Revenue Service has observed recent reports and online commentary regarding the Memorandum of Understanding signed with France's Direction General, etc., etc. We appreciate the public's vigilance and patriotic concerns. However, it is important to provide clarity. The MOU is a standard globally recognized cooperation framework focused solely on technical assistance and capacity building. It does not grant France access to Nigerian taxpayer data, digital systems, or any element of our operational infrastructure. All existing Nigerian laws on data protection, cybersecurity, and sovereignty remains fully applicable and strictly enforced. The NRS, like its predecessor, FIRS, and by the way, they've changed the acronym. I think they changed it as recently as today, actually, from for reasons of. So the NIRS was the Federal Inland Revenue Service, and then this NRS now, I think it's the National Revenue Service. So that's the new acronym that they're going with. The MOU is a standard globally recognized cooperation framework focused solely on technical assistance and capacity building. It does not grant France access to Nigerian tax data, digital system, or any element of our operational infrastructure. All existing Nigerian laws on data protection, cybersecurity, and sovereignty remains fully applicable and strictly enforced. The NRS, like its predecessor FIRS, places the highest premium on national security and maintains rigorous standards for the protection of all taxpayer information. So let's scroll down. You can imagine scroll down. Right, what's going on? It's now. No, don't do that. Okay. All right. It says a similar MOU are signed by tax administrations around the world to promote collaboration, knowledge exchange, and adoption of global best practice. The France agency is among the world's most advanced tax authorities, with over a century of institutional experience and deep expertise in digital transformation, taxpayer services, governance, and public finance. This partnership simply enables Nigeria to learn from that experience. It is advisory, not intrusive, and entirely under Nigeria's control. Contrary to misconceptions, the MOU does not displace local technology providers. FIRS, or the Emerging Nigerian Revenue Service, continue to work closely with Nigerian innovators such as NIBSS, InterSwitch, Paystack, and Flutterwave. The MOU does not include the provision of technical service. It is limited to knowledge sharing, institutional strengthening, workforce development, policy support, and best practice guidance. So that seems to that doesn't actually give us much in terms of did I reduce this? It's not letting me scroll. It says it gets that much more difficult to read now. It says we welcome robust public engagement on tax reforms, but such conversation must reflect the actual content and purpose of the agreement rather than undermining Nigeria's sovereignty. This MOU strengthens it by helping to build a modern, capable, globally competitive tax administration that one is firmly in command of the system, etc. So that's the Federal Inland Revenue Service. Now, National Revenue Service making their best attempts to debunk that, but I don't think people really care about what is fact or fiction in that. It's just another cane to whip the government with. I don't think they especially care about the nuances or the intricacies. No, it's just another avenue to attack. This is a Tinubu. He has sold the country to the French because it's the French that blackmailed him because they have his medical records, and now the usual ding dong that we get from our usual friends. Ex-Labour Minister Ngige docked, remanded in Kuje prison. So this is the EFCC now sweeping them up somewhat. I wonder why, especially Ngige though, because I was expecting like Sadia Farouk to have been jailed already. Abubakar Malami, thankfully now in custody, and now this guy now, Chris Ngige, former Anambra governor. A high court of the Federal Capital Territory sitting in Guaripa on Friday remanded the former Minister of Labour and Employment, Chris Ngige, in Kuje prison. Justice Mariam Hassan issued the remand order after the erstwhile minister pleaded not guilty to an 8-count charge that the EFCC preferred against him. The court held that he should remain in detention until Monday, when his bail application will be heard. Ngige, so what are they accusing us? Part of the charges against him borders on abuse of office, as well as the allegation that he accepted kickbacks from firms that were awarded contracts by the Nigeria Social Insurance Trust Fund. Kickback. Okay. What has Quickback got to do with it? Did they carry out the work? If they did the work, leave him alone. No. What about Abubakar Malami that was just stealing the money without any fear or compunction? So let's go on from that. Lagos State Assembly has passed. The Lagos State Assembly has passed Amotekun core bill into an existing law on the neighborhood safety core to accommodate Amotekun. So this was done. The bill passed on Amotekun after it scaled the third reading by lawmakers. So I'm not quite sure what that means. Why is that good news? Why is that good news? What does that add to anything is the question. And still on the corruption space, Abubakar Malami, as I said, in custody, and as always is the case, his friends are claiming political witch hunt. Article ADC, alleged witch hunt over Malami. This is not politics, EFCC fires back. Former Vice President Alhaji Atiku Abubakar and the African Democratic Congress ADC have accused the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC of turning law enforcement into a political tool following the revocation of bail earlier granted to former Attorney General of the Federation Malam Abubakar Malami. The EFCC promptly responded, denying claims by Malami that his bail was revoked over his attendance of a political gathering in Kebbi State. EFCC insisted that the matter had nothing to do with politics, but everything to do with unmet bail conditions. Reacting to Malami's continued detention, Atiku said anti-corruption institutions have abandoned their core responsibility and converting the anti-graft campaign into what he termed a full-blown political witch hunt. And then I think Obi also came in that manner as well. In a statement signed by his media office and circulated by his advisor, Paul Ibe, Atiku cautioned that the EFCC and other agencies risk losing public confidence unless they purge themselves of partisan contamination. Atiku argued. So that's that. Then there are no surprises there actually. And that's the EFCC coming out to defend themselves as of course they would. Tinubu plotting to destroy multi-party democracy. Atiku Obi others raise alarm. So is this still the prominent opposition leaders in Nigeria have raised concerns over what they described as a deliberate plot by the administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu to weaken and ultimately dismantle the country's multi-party democracy through politicization of anti-corruption agencies. All right, so that's that. So in spite of everything that Malami did, just set him free. It seems to be where they're going with that. And please click on like and subscribe. By the way, if you're not already subscribed, please do. As you can see on the screen, we are after 10 new subscribers today. So if you're not already subscribed, please subscribe. And whilst you're subscribing, click on the like button as well. Northern Elders oppose FIRS France tax data deal demand cancellation. So I think we've already gone through this. They have no concept of what the deal is, of course, but anything, of course, that that looks a bit foreign, they just run for the hills. The Northern Elders Forum has raised the alarm. Do you remember it was this same forum that was raising alarms over the tax reform bill until it was explained to the point that they had no room to maneuver anymore? They were calling the tax reform bill an anti-North bill when that bill first came out. All right, so it'll be a narrative around sovereignty. I think we've already done that anyway. So this one now seeks to query then what qualifies. A lot of the female ambassadorial people, they were just told to take a bow and go. So this piece now seeks to query just what qualifies them. It says, how does being a former first lady qualify you for ambassadorial position? Even worse, without screening. We are using the lives of 200 million people to compensate wives of lackluster governors. Take a bow and go. A very unserious assembly. Even the most qualified has to go through screening. It is basic standard and common sense. So they would have gone through screening before they got to that space, and the parliament would have perused their CV even before they attend the screening. So they would have gone through all the rigors that they should go. So all the ceremonies of them sitting in front is just really ceremonial. It has no impact. That is not where the decision is made, whether to approve them or not. You know, we saw Abubakar Malami. We saw him go through, not Abubakar Malami. We saw El Rufai go through the parliamentary process, the screening. He did excellently well, but then they rejected him anyway, based on information they already had. So the decision is actually made based on the screening of the DSS. They are already CV that they would have submitted to the parliament, to whichever committee screens that. So all of the heavy lifting is already done. So all these are cameras everywhere, and somebody sitting down being asked questions is just for public display. It's just ceremonial. It's just for the drama. It's just for the razzmatazz of it. It doesn't add or remove anything, because that is not where decisions are made. But of course, I saw them on Arise TV actually trying to make a hay out of this.
Fatima Florence. Good afternoon, distinguished senators. My name is Fatima Florence Ajimobi, wife of late Senator Abiola Ajimobi from Oyo State. I appear before.
Finish. We all know you. Finish.
Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues,
distinguished chairman of this committee, distinguished senators.
skip protocols. Just introduce yourself.
My name is Chioma Priscilla Hakim MNI, former First Lady Imo State, a lawyer by training. I am very pleased to be in your midst. I thank Mr. President for this nomination. I have been able to do.
Okay, that's fine. Next.
I am Senator Professor Nora Ladi Dadut of the 9th Assembly. And I am glad to be here from Plateau State.
9th Assembly, take a bow and go. Call your supporters. Supporter, not including Lalong. You can leave Lalong.
So can you see all these heavy files being lifted? So that's the heavy work. So that is the background work that's already been done to peruse these people for the fit and proper test. So all the take a bow and go is already embedded in all these big files being carried up and down. So so that's the take a bow and go. Let's go on to this now one. Let me send the link again. Actually, if anybody wants the conversation, come in. If you don't want the conversation, then we'll meet again tomorrow. But what's more important is that people please click on like and subscribe. We know that the session is quite late, so we have no expectation that it's going to be any. We don't expect that we'll be pulling up trees with our bare hands with this one. But if you do want to come in, that's the link in the comment section right there. So if you do want to come in, that is the link in the comment section right there. The link in the comment section right there. So this is yet another feather in the cap, another feather in the cap of the newly appointed Minister of Defense, Christopher Muster, of course. Defense Minister visits family of slain Brigadier General Musa Uba. So I think Musa actually, I'm not quite sure if that's a Christian inflection in northern names. A lot of Musas are often Christians. Pardon me. Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, on Thursday paid a condolence visit to the family of the late Brigadier General Musa Uba. The visit was a show of solidarity with the Nigerian Armed Forces and deep respect for the family of the late Brigadier General Uba. According to a post on X, General Musa, who met with the wife and children of the late General Uba at the family residence in Abuja, paid glowing tribute to the fallen hero, whilst highlighting his exceptional bravery uncommon dedication and selfless service to the nation. He described Brigadier General Uba as a consummate professional whose sacrifice reflects the highest ideals of the Nigerian Armed Forces. So that's General Musa right there, just taking all the steps that just goes to enhance the confidence that a lot of people are showing in him. Let's go from that to yes, let's go on from that to this actually. So this seems to be the offshoot, the outcome of the Trump is coming to invade Nigeria narrative. It looks as though it might well be ending in favor of Nigeria with a defense pact being signed. Nigeria set to enter security pact with the United States over a rising insecurity. Nigeria may soon enter a fresh security partnership with the United States as both countries intensify talks over worsening insecurity, terrorism, and violent attacks in parts of the country. The proposed pact is expected to focus on counter-terrorism cooperation, intelligence sharing, and broader security support, especially in areas affected by insurgency and communal violence. A United States Congressman, Riley Moore, disclosed that discussions between Washington and Abuja have reached an advanced stage. He said the process has been made following engagement with Nigerian authorities during a high-level visit. Moore made this known in a post on his X account on Saturday. He noted that the talks were part of ongoing efforts to address terrorism, sectarian violence, and humanitarian concerns linked with insecurity across Nigeria. So it talks about Moore's visit. So that's that. So that's that. So that seems to be where that intends to land. And this was the session I was going to have yesterday, but I abandoned it. 2027 presidency, ADC raises concern that Atiku Obi may not team up against Tinubu. I wonder if, I would like to see them team up actually, but still expect that to fail. The African Democratic Congress, ADC, has expressed major worry about Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi ahead of the 2027 presidential election. It says, ADC admitted that the former vice president and the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate may not team up in the 2027 election. The ADC spokesperson, Malam Bolaji Abdullahi. So how does Bolaji even become a Malam? We usually give that title, we associate that title with the North. Explained why Atiku and Obi may not work together against President Bola Tinubu of the ruling of Progressive Congress APC. The African Democratic Congress ADC has admitted that former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and former Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi may not team up in the 2027 election. The ADC spokesperson, Malam Bolaji Abdullahi, said Atiku and Obi are not teaming up against President Bola Tinubu poses a challenge that worries the party. As reported by correspondents, Abdullahi stated this while speaking during an appearance on Arise TV on Friday, December the 12th. The ADC chieftain, however, cautioned against describing the Atiku Obi dynamic as the greatest threat to Nigerian democracy. I may not describe the situation in such superlative terms to say that it is the greatest threat to democracy at the moment. But is it a conundrum? Yes. Is it a challenge? Yes. Is it something we're concerned about? Yes, he said. He disclosed that the ADC coalition may decide to nominate its 2027 presidential candidate by consensus. So they are not going to primary them. So it's going to be an in-house agreement. According to Abdullahi, if nominating a presidential candidate fails, the party's ticket will be thrown open to all aspirants. The most important thing at this time is when we get to that point, we will try to engineer a consensus, which is an option for us. But if we are not able to reach a consensus, then we will possibly just open it up for everyone to contest. And it is not just about Atiku and Peter Obi, he added. So recall that Obi sent a crucial message to the leaders of the ADC coalition ahead of the 2027 general elections. The 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate explained the reason the ADC is still shaky and unsure at the moment. Yes. So that's that. As an effort to forge a united front capable of challenging President Tinubu in the 2027 presidential election, prominent opposition figures launched a new coalition movement in Abuja in July. Obi, Atiku Abubakar, El Rufai, Amechi, and other political heavyweights joined forces to populate the ADC coalition platform. Obi, the leader of the Obedient Movement worldwide, explained why he's not afraid of losing the presidential ticket of the ADC to Atiku ahead of the primary. So Obi has given us the assurance that he's going to be on the ballot, and I think a lot of people will be holding him to that. So if Obi is going to be on the ballot and Atiku is going to be on the ballot, then definitely they cannot be both on the ballot on the same party. So it's just as simple as that. So that's that. I think that's sufficient enough. Should we even bother? Okay, let me play you the K-Guide music. I think this might well end up a very short session. I will play the K-Guide music.
Only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́ni àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikú kò ní rí wa gbéṣe, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that. Amen to that. Joining us, that's Ola right there. Always say the light when Ola is here. Larry, of course, when you're talking taxation, and Prince Daddy to hold it 100% together. So those are the assembles so far. Anybody else that wants to join? So let's kick it off, start it off with you, actually, because I know you pay particular attention to that sort of space. So what are you making of this agreement with the French, Larry, that has got Nigeria just all flustered and confused?
Good evening, woman. How are you, sir?
Good day to you. Good to have you.
Yeah, so basically, I understand the fear, I understand the fear, and it's also something that is good for politics, right? There's going to be a lot of miscommunication. There's going to be a lot of things that will be thrown around, a lot of half information in the media, within the Nigerian space, a lot of things, particularly with those that are pro all the military juntas in West Africa. They push a lot of things around. Yeah. So now let's talk about the facts. What exactly are we really going to benefit from this? And why are we really going into this? We all know that we have a new tax law and we're talking about implementation. We have a solid tax law, that we want to start implementing. And in order to implement this, do we have the capacity in order to digitalize the implementation? No, Nigeria does not have that capacity to digitalize that, and Nigeria tax system is more like, yeah, probably you have a B2 engine and you want a Tesla body, and people want that B2 engine to work like a Tesla. And how do you make your B2 engine to work like a Tesla? Then you need help. And that's exactly what we're trying to do. I've seen a lot of people talk about data privacy, data security and everything. Yes, which is actually a genuine thing, right? They can always scrutinize that. And there's freedom of information bill, that people can actually use to really scrutinize that. And if possible, scrutinize the government to ensure that they have proper detail regarding what will be shared with France. But there is one thing which every other person, every other country will want to go into, which is AI. In terms of AI in tax implementation, France is actually at the forefront now. It's one of the best in Europe. And that's exactly what Nigeria really needs, particularly in terms of fraud detection. They've deployed a lot of investment in AI. I think this year alone, with that, in terms of AI for fraud detection, France was able to detect over 16 billion pounds, 15 billion euros, which is good. So Nigeria has a lot of things to benefit. And in terms of sharing, capacity building, staff training and retraining, Nigeria really needs a lot of training, regarding that aspect. Yeah, I understand. People say, oh, yeah, why is it France? Okay, if it's not France, okay, should it be UK or should it be US, right? Basically, a country will always look for countries that are friendly.
If it's either of those countries, the same criticism will still come into play that they are selling our sovereignty either to the British, the Americans, and they'll tell us that anyway. So it's not a valid argument, but carry on, carry on.
Exactly. So it's not really a valid argument, but it's good for politics. We all know it, right? Nigeria is everything in Nigeria, right? It's all about politics. Even when people know the truth, even when people know the facts, they would rather leave the facts and follow the ones that, the papers, the ones that will create a lot of traffic, which is, oh, they are selling the country to France. They are doing this, they are doing that, which is normal, right? In any country where people rely more on headlines, rely more on things that actually carry traffic and stuff like that. But for me, the National Assembly should scrutinize it, particularly in terms of, data privacy, data security. Yeah, they should scrutinize it in that aspect. And when it comes to the other aspect, we are going to benefit a lot. We're going to benefit a lot because part of the things that we've always talked about, we had a very solid tax law. Implementation has always been the problem, right? We've always, okay, fine. It's not just FIRS now. You're talking about the whole bringing everything in a single centralized location and ensuring that you have one system, single body to administer the whole thing, which is huge. So I do not know how they're going to do it till now. If you still tell me, I've been looking at what is actually happening. Probably FIRS has another plan, but I think this is actually going to be it.
Oh, what are you making of the timing, though? I mean, because the new tax regime kicks in as early as next month, and now they're just a month before it is when they are signing technical support agreements. So, I mean,
no, that shouldn't be a problem because it's not like they're just building it is not like they're just building the application. It's an existing application, right? It's an existing application. I think the only thing we just need to do is just one or two integrations to kind of like plug things in. So it shouldn't be really. Those are things that I'm very sure they will have looked into it. I'm very sure it's not like they just signed, right? You are just hearing it because they've just signed. Probably there will have probably be conversation, backdoor conversation, before those time. implementation is going to start. So I really don't really think it's really a big deal. Looking at the fact that the other France actually have everything in place, it's just all about, I don't know how they want to do it, right? Because there's still going to be probably, take some people from FIRS, work with the French team, and probably training and retraining for at least for them to be at speed. Because if you're deploying an application, you're giving them one or two things. There still needs to be people from the Nigerian side that at least know how to really use some of all those tools, right? So for
yeah,
me,
that's why I was querying the timing of it.
Yeah. So that's why I said, it's not just conversation. Obviously, will not start now, right? When they are signing things, probably there have been conversation. Even probably I probably started the conversation when they were doing the whole tax law and everything. So for me, I will probably trust them to be able to do the right thing. The only thing people are really having one or two issue with is the issue of data. And if they are telling us that they are not sharing any data, I still believe that should still need to be scrutinized, right? National Assembly should still do more, scrutinize it. The media houses should use the Freedom of Information Bill law to get more data into how data will be shared. And if they get that, so for me, I think it's actually a good thing.
What about the query about local content and local innovators?
No. Local content is still, because the major thing, right? One man, when we talk about local content, you can only talk about local content when you have the capacity. We do not have that capacity now. Spaces where we have, I did being probably they are talking about integrating payment gateway. They are bringing someone else. I'll say no, because we have the capacity. And if you look at, because we have the capacity in terms of that side, we have capacity. And that's why the FIRS is telling you that those are the guys they want to use. They're going to still be using Flutterwave. They'll be using Paystack. They'll be using InterSwitch and all those ones, because those are our own thing, right? But in the other side, we do not have the capacity. If you want to get to, having someone in-house build this kind of application that will be used nationwide in Nigeria, obviously, probably it could actually take 2 years for you to really get something like that, But for me, I think we can, if aside that data issue, we are going to get a lot. Forget about all those propaganda. There's a lot of propaganda now, right? Particularly in West Africa, with this, because most of these military juntas around West Africa, they push a lot of propaganda. And you see a lot of things. Oh, they are selling. I don't understand. Selling Nigeria to France. Nigeria is not just a country that you can just, we are not just a country, right? Nigeria is a giant. So selling Nigeria to France, I do not see where that is really coming from. Nigeria needs to benefit. It's a better period to even benefit from France, because France needs help, right? And Nigeria also needs help. So basically, they just need to meet at the middle and mutually look for what will kind of benefit the two countries. France is not an enemy of Nigeria. I don't know when people talk about France. France has over 100 companies in Nigeria. So
Total is that's one of the biggest
so when people talk about France,
it's a French company.
And I'm always more like, okay, fine. You're talking about France. This is a country that has a lot of companies working in Nigeria, paying a lot of taxes in Nigeria. Another thing that this is really going to help us with is transfer, in terms of transfer pricing. A lot of companies in Nigeria, there's a lot of fraud with company taxation with companies in Nigeria, right? And probably people, just to kind of break it down a little bit for people that do not really understand what transfer pricing means. Transfer price, take for instance, now you have a company in France. Their head office is in France and they have a branch in Nigeria. So they can actually say, okay, fine, because of tax, right? They are selling things to their subsidiary in Nigeria in order to be able to cut price. But if we have a general visibility across everything, we should be able to know tax jurisdiction in France, tax jurisdiction in Nigeria, and some other countries outside Nigeria. So you have a better visibility across the whole thing, which I think is something that is great, right? So people should leave, I know politics, people, propaganda and all those things. That's why for me, I would rather want to focus more on the facts, focus more on what is Nigeria going to benefit.
But there has to be some level of vulnerability, though. If they are using French technology to embed Nigerian taxpayer data, there has to be some sort of financial economic vulnerability to the French because they will be able to access those data if they are building the systems.
Now, the thing is this, right? The thing is this. That's why I said there has to be more scrutiny, right? Now, if you're talking about AI, the major thing about the AI is the model, right? So, are they going to use our own data to train those models, or are they going to use the existing model that France actually has? So there's still a lot of things, and it's easy, right? It's easy to do all those things. There are experts in Nigeria that could, look into some of all those things. That's why where the freedom of information, law comes in, right? We need better insight to be able to really understand what's actually happening across the system, and which is something that is easy. So forget about there's going to be vulnerability. There's nothing. It's not really a big deal. The major thing is just the model, right? If the model, what data are you feeding into the model? Are you using existing model that you have, right? Are you really releasing that to us? Are we going to be able to fit those models, the data ourselves? So it's a whole lot of things. That's why I said there's going to be more conversation. If people are really...
What about the criticism that this wasn't put to open tender?
Woman, you see, that's the problem I have.
It was the same sort of thing that they did with high tech and some sweetheart deals.
One man say, put things to open tender. Put things to open tender is when you have the capacity, people that have the capacity. As of today, there is nobody, single tech company in Nigeria that has the capacity.
No, not in Nigeria, globally. Why wasn't it put to global tender? Yes.
No. Open tender globally. That should it's open tender majorly, right? It's more for our in-house companies, not for America come. No. There's a whole lot of things that has to go into all those things now. Beyond if it were to be.
We don't even know what the financial arrangement is in terms of how the French will be remunerated. Exactly. They're not doing it. The French never do anything out of the.
No. But see, my woman, it is better for me, right, to go with France now because number one, France needs help, and I will be able to bargain well, than to do the same business with probably UK or US. Because if I'm doing the same business with UK or US, it's going to be more expensive for me as a country. But France, as at now, right, France needs more from us, while we also need things from them. So at that point, it will be easier to negotiate. Because if you're looking for some other countries, because presently, there's no country in Africa that has the capacity to do this. Obviously, you'll be looking at those countries. If you're looking at Europe, or probably you're looking at America. So, so look at America in this instance. No, we are now coming to America. Okay, America. There will still be a lot of, America. You understand what I'm saying? So basically, and it's even going to be more expensive to do the same thing with America because, America is more like, let's do deals. And America might even be asking for more than you even expect. The same thing with the UK. So basically, France needs help. We have, we need help. They need help. So at the end of the day, let's meet at the middle and let's negotiate properly. So people can do more to scrutinize those negotiations.
And there's somewhat of a special relationship between Tinubu and Macron.
Yeah, it's normal now. You understand what I'm saying? It's normal. So the problem I do not want is, you see, people want Nigeria to, okay, you have an enemy, right? You want me to inherit your enemy, which is not the problem, which is not a case. All the francophone countries that they are going away. These are people that were not really our friends. Remember when we had issue with Cameroon towards Bakassi? France was more one of those people that were really against us, supporting some of those people. So when they now feel like, they're having problem with France, these are people that have done a lot of things with France. So they shouldn't expect Nigeria to now be the one to come and fight their battle. No, Nigeria is not going to fight your battle for you. Because when you're talking about countries that are enemies to Nigeria, France is not an enemy to Nigeria. So if Cameroon is having problem with Nigeria, Niger, Chad, and the likes of them are having, it's their problem. It's not Nigeria's problem. And it's not a West Africa problem. So it is them. Because most of all these things do not just start today. most of them, most of their leaders have one or two things with France. And what happened in most of those places is, you rub my back, I rub your back. France protects me France protects some of their. That's why you see most of those countries, they have leaders that have been here for 30 years, 40 years, because France is basically kind of like protecting them. So when countries that are not really democratic, and when they are now having one or two problems and they expect Nigeria to now be the ones to come and fight their battle, no. Nigeria will not fight anybody's battle. Nigeria will definitely go for countries, do business with countries, have mutual agreements with countries based on things that favors Nigeria. And that's the major thing that people really need to understand. If you're having problem with France in terms of the data, scrutinize it. I don't have a problem with it. Scrutinize it. If you see anything, they can use the courts, use National Assembly, use freedom of information, do all those things. But telling me that, France, France that Niger is having problem with, that Chad is having problem with, why is Nigeria being friend to France? I'm like, is that not?
They're also promoting the narrative that it was France that puppet mastered Nigeria to intervene in Benin Republic.
Woman, that's why I said, you see, there's been a lot of propaganda, right? A lot of propaganda on the internet and on everything. And the thing is, they feel that Nigeria should be in a position to help them fight their battle. Because obviously, Nigeria as a country, if Benin goes down, then Nigeria a lot of things will happen to Nigeria. Because as of today, when you talk about Lagos, when you talk about port in Lagos, you can't talk about port in Lagos without talking about that port in Benin. And even those that are really propagating that issue in Benin, basically they want to it's to their own benefit. Because all those military juntas, all their countries are landlocked. Benin is the gateway. So if they can have access to Benin, then it's easy for them. And people do not even understand that if Benin goes down, then we'll be in the middle of enemies. You have Burkina Faso has gone, Niger has gone. So if we decide to let Benin go again, that's a problem for Nigeria. And a lot of people do not even understand. Because when you have a problem with all those countries, you have a problem with Benin, then you start seeing, look at what happened in Burkina Faso. So if you're having that problem in Burkina Faso where their airspace, they are hostile with their airspace. Chad, Niger, hostile with their airspace. Benin, hostile with their airspace. And Nigeria is in the middle of it. It's not just going to affect the government. It's going to affect everybody in Nigeria. So we cannot afford to allow Benin to fall into the hands of those guys. So whatever anybody wants to say in Nigeria, we don't even care. Because all those countries are not even Nigerians' friends. They've always been hostile to Nigeria as a country. They've always seen Nigeria as a competitor. They've always seen Nigeria as a threat. So if they're having problem with their masters, with their colonial masters, it shouldn't be Nigerians' problem. Because those are people France has always been behind them to fight Nigeria at every point. If there's a problem with Nigeria and Cameroon, you always see it's France. If there's a problem with probably Nigeria and Niger, before now, it's always been France. So France has always been fighting their proxy war for them against Nigeria. So anybody should not even expect Nigeria to now come and start fighting France. For what? France is our friend. We are friend to everybody. Nigeria is friendly to everybody. Nigeria is open to investment from anywhere. That's just it. One man.
All right, brilliant. Do you want to give us just a very little flavor on the spate of arrests that were seen by the AFCC in Gigi, former Labour Minister, former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, all now in the clutches of the AFCC? They're claiming it's a political witch hunt, but really, by my own reckoning, Abubakar Malami should have been picked up a long time ago.
One man, I even want more people to be picked up. What are we saying? Political witch hunting? How? The easiest thing to do is to kind of like blackmail the government, right? You've stolen a lot of money. You've done a lot of shady deals. You've done a lot of everything. Before you know, you start talking about, oh, I'm against the government. Oh, they are coming for me because I've been talking against the government. And people are not even asking the right questions. Are these people clean? No. And these people have stolen. They basically stolen everything. I don't know if you watched Dangote. Probably if you watched Dangote this evening. You know, Dangote did interview this evening, and he was basically opening a lot of can of worms. A lot. With what is happening in the
send me that interview. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow after.
I will send it to you. Yeah. Dangote opened a lot. He opened a lot. This is probably the first time I'm seeing Dangote calling names. He's not even hiding this person. The guy in NMRDP, or what is it called? Right? Dangote is basically telling us that guy pays nothing less than $5 million every year for tuition fee for his children in Switzerland. $5 million.
A salary earner?
Yes. Dangote is even calling Code of Conduct Bureau to probe. He's saying, okay, I don't want them to sack him, but probe him. How will a salary earner, right? How will you be paying $5 million? So for that to come from Dangote, you should know that Dangote know what he's saying. So now somebody that has done that, oh, probably tomorrow government now come. So immediately they see they're out of, they start talking, oh, we are opposition. And
what sort of a job? What sort of a job does a $5 million a year education get you?
I don't even understand.
What does that lead to? Where does that lead to?
And life? You know, these are secondary schools, oh, not secondary school, for crying out loud. So at the end of the day, probably tomorrow now, they now said, okay, come and account for everything you've stolen. That person will now go and start saying, oh, I'm against the government. Oh, they are against me because I'm against the government, because I'm talking against the government. And some people that, you know, sometimes I just look at some of all these people, they don't even think, are these people clean? They are not clean. EFCC should investigate each and every one of them and prosecute them.
How anybody can suggest that the arrest of Abubakar Malami, he did it in open glare now. We also how it was anything that wasn't moving, that wasn't nailed down. It was for 8 years solid, it was just stealing, and everybody was watching. So
and that's how bad that country is. You know, that's how bad that country is. You know, where, you know, at the end of the day, you know, the easiest thing to do is because I'm talking against the government. That's why they are against me. That's why they are against me. After you've stolen billions. After you've stolen billions.
Of dollars, so not naira, of dollars.
You spill billions, you do all sorts of things, and they said, okay, fine, come and account for this. And you start running Etasketa, and you start paying.
You know, there was a particular deal that Abubakar Malami did. It was the Abacha loot. It was 500 and something million coming back from I think Switzerland and one other country like that. Those countries discovered that money and told Nigeria to come and come and collect it. And this guy, he claimed he hired a consultant to negotiate money that this country were already volunteering. And then for that consultant, he got nearly 20-30% of the money's being recovered.
Yeah.
So how is that even justified?
Yeah.
You know, you didn't need just send somebody from the Ministry of Finance to go and perfect the paperwork and bring the money home. So what did you need a consultant for? They were not resisting the money; they were offering the money to you.
Yeah.
So this was just, and there was the other Paris deal that he was negotiating with Ned Nwoko.
Yeah.
There was some other deal with some Indian company that they had abandoned 9-10 years ago, and then he called them to come and collect. That guy stole a lot.
Do you remember that guy was
stole a lot?
That guy was the one that removed Magu when Magu was not cooperating. He did everything he did everything.
He put Bawa there, and then he brought the EFCC under the umbrella of the Ministry of Finance or Ministry of Justice.
That guy basically forced EFCC to discontinue a lot of cases.
It was unbelievable. criminal to the core.
So, and somebody will now come and tell me that it's because of he's in ADC, he's in this, he's in that. And I'm like, are you guys okay? Abi is in Ngige, okay. Ngige has been using he's been using Ministry of Labor to get kickbacks into an NGO that he owns. So getting kickback, put it in the NGO, will be using the money. And somebody is telling me that, I was even hearing something. How many billion that Ngige stole? And how much is this guy stole? How much did this guy steal? And I'm like, what are we saying? I don't understand. Tinubu should just leave EFCC. EFCC.
You know, is that whataboutism that kills Nigeria a lot?
Yes.
So they will tell you that, okay, what about these characters in the government that also stands accused? What about Wike and all the money that is stolen in River State? What about XYZ that stole this and that? Why is this one not being prosecuted or this one is? Well, somebody has to be prosecuted, and it happens to be the guy in the net at the moment. So, I mean,
yeah,
it's just the what about, you know?
Tinubu should not even intervene. He should not do anything. EFCC should do their job. All of them, pack all of them. All of them, let their guys cry. Let anybody that wants to cry. Pack all of them. If you've stolen anything, pack all of them. Pack all of them. Forget about they will say, oh, he's against this, he's against that. The government should pack all of them. All of them that have stolen, they should pack all of them. Is it not just 1 billion? Even the 1 billion, collect it from them. Seize their property, seize everything, collect it. These are guys that are living life, they don't even care about anything. Immediately after the election, a lot of them towards end of Buhari's government, because Buhari at the point was just tired. He was just tired. He just left them. They were doing all sorts of things. So if anybody likes, they should.
The last minute looting of the Buhari administration was next level.
Yes.
Do you remember the Minister of Aviation that went and borrowed planes from Ethiopian Airline, and he just painted Nigeria colors, and he then took about 100, however many billions of dollars?
Exactly. All of them, even Amechi is going, all the railway he did. They should come and account for everything, all the things they did.
That's another big time looter.
All
Amechi,
of them, they will cry, oh, it's because
Do you remember when they tried to interrogate Amechi at the House of Representatives, and Badabia Miller, who was the speaker then, covered him?
Yeah, all of them. Woman, all of them,
man.
even Amechi, all of them, pick all of them. Forget about it's because I'm talking for opposition. All of them, if any of them are stolen, bring all of them. EFCC should bring all of them in. EFCC should bring all of them in, if you like. And if after Tinubu's government too, if there are other people, they should. If people in his own government too, if they've stolen, other people should bring them too in.
You know, under Margaret Thatcher's government in the UK, they were pushing for Nigeria to have debt forgiveness then, and Margaret Thatcher came out and said, "What do you mean debt forgiveness for Nigeria?" She said she can name 7 Nigerians that have sufficient enough money in their accounts to clear the country's debt without even thinking about it. Just 7. That was back in the Margaret Thatcher days, and it's still the same narrative till now.
It's still the same narrative.
Imagine how much that Abubakar Malami stole. My God. If he reached 10 times Abacha.
He wants to be governor, he wants to be this, because he has a lot. And somebody is telling me that, because even Tinubu is even slow, self. I was expecting Tinubu to have started all of them 6 months. I think
no, Tinubu couldn't have picked up Abubakar Malami then. Sorry, Ola, we'll come to you in a moment. Tinubu couldn't have picked up Abubakar Malami then, because Abubakar Malami, he knew he stole a lot, and he knew that they would come for him. but he tried to become the Kebbi State governor for the reasons of immunity. So if he was there for 8 years, then that would have been sufficient enough time for the dust to have settled. But he couldn't quite get there because he was negotiating that Paris deal. He wanted to steal that last $500 million. And then because he couldn't get that, he went and married one Buhari daughter like that. Just that. So he hid his immunity under the Buhari name. And that's why they couldn't go for him whilst Buhari was alive.
Yeah. So Buhari is gone now. So Tinubu should go after. It's not even Tinubu, because I'm even making a mistake saying Tinubu. EFCC, that's an agency of the agency, a Nigerian state agency, should go after all of them. Even if Tinubu says don't go after this, they should go after all of them. All of them that have stolen, all of them, go after them one by one. If people are saying that people under Tinubu's government, they are not going after them, leave those ones now. Tinubu will leave. Other people will still come. Those other ones will also come and account for everything they've taken. So it's you do me, I do you. But Nigeria must survive.
I don't think that's the reason, Sha.
You think it's politically motivated?
Yeah, you know.
What politics puts Chris Ngige in prison?
Hold on. First of all, let me say, they're all criminals. They stole our money. And if we believe they stole our money, they are criminals. That is settled. The truth about the whole thing is that, one man, when I came to your platform in 2023, or 2023, thereabout, when that election was hitting up, I made a comment. Everybody threw it into the trash. I told you people about what they call Chicago-style politics. And I told everybody to go and read about it. I think most people didn't. You see, on several occasions, I have said in your platform that the kind of politics Tinubu is playing is Chicago-style politics. And for you to face him, you must know the counter to Chicago-style politics. But if you want to play this kind of politics that Atiku and Obi and Co are playing, he will run them over. I have been saying that. Not only that he will run them over, he will run them straight. Now, they stole the money, yes. Let me tell you what Tinubu is doing. In 2014, Tinubu opened his vault for something he is not 100% sure he might win. In 2019 again, he opened his vault. At least 2019 was still okay. He was at least 80% sure that Buhari will win that election. But in 2014, he went into a gamble. He was not even up to 50% sure he might win. But he took that bold step. Spend that money that he would have lost in a tenko. Now, what is happening now? You don't know Ngige. You said what politics Ngige is doing that they should call him. Maybe you didn't listen to him in 2023. If you are listening to Ngige in 2023, you will know that it's even late they have not picked him. That's why I say it's politically motivated. You see ADC, you see PDP. What Tinubu is doing, if they are ready to win him, they're planning to win him. I will say this. Somebody or a group of people among them will have to open their vault. They're going to stake out that huge source of money and take that risk. Now, what he's doing, all those people who can stake out those huge sums of money somewhere or the other, he's running them straight now. And you know, Nigerian banking system is very good. So he's trying to run them system now. Put them in a situation whereby they will even be scared to bring that kind of money to sponsor anybody. So that's exactly what is happening. When he's done, by next year, when he's done, as I asked before, who is going to sponsor ADC and who is going to sponsor PDP? Period.
Abubakar Valabi is the money bag for the ADC because he's the one with the money. I think they stole the money for elections anyway to defend their hegemony. And I think the money for the PDP was meant to be Fubara, but Fubara is now with Tinubu.
Okay. So, so who is going to sponsor ADC?
Well, it's actually not Atiku. He doesn't have money. So
he has money.
Bello Tuji will sponsor them. All the baddies money, they will bring it together.
It's like you're not listening to me.
No, Atiku doesn't have election money.
You see, I said by the time Tinubu is done with them next year, we will come to this platform and the question will be who will sponsor them. Atiku has enough money to sponsor himself.
To run an election?
For primaries.
Yeah, but to run an election.
To go around the country, he doesn't.
And to bribe all the people that he's bribing and all this sort of whatever.
And if he try it, he will go bankrupt the rest of his life.
Yes, because he's taking about 3 hits already on his account.
No. The 3 hits is nothing to Atiku. Atiku get money well.
Yeah, but he doesn't have infinite money now.
No, he has infinite money. The only thing is that he cannot bring out that infinite money. Otherwise, they pick and pack. What he's doing now is to make sure those who have that excess money lie low. Those who do not have enough to contest, stay careful. That's all he's doing. Watch as the drama unfold. I told you people. What he's doing is Chicago-style politics, period. All this, arrest that. He's doing you. Somebody like Abubakar Malami is. In fact, it's like he Central Bank of Nigeria is in his bedroom. I was even surprised that talking about him now.
We have been advocating for them to pick him up for a long time. I'm not quite sure what them so.
He is that kind of person you have to break his 2 wings, break his 2 legs, and that you wouldn't stop there. You lie him down and pin him down there.
He's a very tough guy, though.
He's wait. You see that toughness, eh? You know, one man. There is one adage. After God, the next thing is government. I'm telling you. As a single person, to fight a government is very difficult. Atiku has tried this several times. It's not an easy job. Because not only that you'll be fighting Tinubu, you'll be fighting Tinubu's conglomerate. And those who are joining you will be skeptical. Like, if you lose this thing, what will be my fate? So you find out that it's only very few that is going to stick out their neck to support you. Atiku has gone through that, done that severally. The only thing that make him say walk around Nigeria is because he's a northerner. A southerner fight the government the way Atiku has fought government in his life. He wouldn't have a chance to come out to contest for any election. But he thinks he's unquenchable. Let's see how it works. But actually, why I came in is that it's not all about that. Those things are nobody is going to jail. After all, if a Nefe didn't is not being hanged today, I don't know who will. So nobody is going anything. It's just to make sure the government have hold in their money. That's all.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Azita. We start to do 5 minutes monologue as the room starts to populate somewhat. Ola, who started with us, Flo is yours, Ola. We're talking about. I went immediately to Larry because I know he probably loves taxation more than he loves girls. It's one of those sort of weird people that obsesses with things like that. And I know, of course, you are not far from that space as well. The tax bill, not tax bill, or MOU with France that seems to be agitating people. What's your take on that space? Ola, good to have you.
Hi, one man, hello everyone. You know, Nigeria is a drama space, you know, where even people that knows little to nothing about the topic becomes an expert. So it's not a surprise to me. It's not today, you know. When Third Mainland Bridge was being made, noise. Oh, runners to poverty. This thing is just a white elephant project. Imagine Lagos without Third Mainland today. We are doing Lagos Calabar. Oh, he put this thing out of without putting it in the budget, this and that, and they didn't even look at how that thing is being financed, how that the thing is being transferred. You know, so a lot of things will come here. When you say you sign a MOU with a company, it does not mean that you are signing like a contract that we keep paying. This is just like you need a service, just like a professional guidance. They are not saying they are signing technical support. You are signing, in form of technical service that they can advise you. You will still be the one to do whatever you want to do. Okay, France, we want to do this. What type of software do you think we can use based on your experience? How should we build this infrastructure? How should we architect this? Then, it might come to a stage where you need a French company now. That is where you start talking of money. You start talking of bidding. But whatever that is happening now is just a government to government. And I now see Nigeria that keeps shouting, oh, our data. Today, how many banking system in Nigeria is indigenous to us? If you don't know, you bank with some banks that are using Finacle. You are banking with some banks that are using FlexCube. You are banking.
Don't go for OPay.
OPay is Chinese.
OPay that is everywhere.
Yeah, OPay. You are using this Chinese Union Pay or all those stuff. You understand? You on your own, you were cargo embassy submitted. Even you were not even submitting ordinary data. You were submitting your mother's maiden name. There's no level of data that can go beyond that. You were submitting your mother's maiden name and your fingerprint. You see, shouting data. Was it in all the country that they place this terrorist sympathizer that was collecting data? What was the name of that guy? Pantami, that some people were defending. You understand? Your datas are out there. You're on Facebook. You're on TikTok. You are buying Microsoft. No, don't buy computer now. Because they tend to tell you, okay, if you click this thing, we connect data anonymously. They play. You understand? They play. You are in Nigeria. US has close to 10,000 satellites. They know what is under your soil, everything, your movement. If they want to pick you, if they want to pick you today, you use telephone now. You speak to telephone. You understand? They use satellite. They send your this into satellite. Whenever they want to monitor you, just speak like this. You understand? That's your voice that is captured already. We just go to where you are calling. They play. See, guys, there's no point of just panicking unnecessarily. You understand? This type of arrangement, it helps a lot. For now, like there's a part of solution that current tax rate, the federal inland revenue is using, and that they send the people to Montreal for training. So this kind of arrangement, sometimes when you have a solution coming from France and you need some kind of capacity building, the training, all those stuff. When you are applying for visa, it's even going to relieve you of some kind of pressure. Some embassy, they are just interested in denying you. But when you have this type of MOU, it makes a lot of facilitation easier than it's supposed to be. So there's nothing to be afraid of. We signed different type of memorandum of understanding with different country. We signed with the UK. We have the kind of agreement with some African countries. And if you see what Nigeria is doing, it's not Nigeria that is first of all doing. There are more than 60 countries that have done something similar. You understand? Like Larry said the other time, when you talk of these AI things, you understand? France is one of the leading country now, whether we like it or not. Now, this thing will help a lot. You can, when you have this type of corporation, you understand, you'll be able to trace money better. You'll be able to follow money better. You are moving money anyhow, you'll be captured. You understand? So it's a thing for us to celebrate. Let me tell you something about our internet thing you are talking about. You see, why I still favor some international company to even get involved. We used to have some kind of incident whereby some people internally will manipulate the data, the table on the application database. So when you transfer this into the company that build those solutions, because they normally lock it, you may not be able to decode it internally. So for those people that think they are fraudster to do something, you understand, when they get to them, they will unlock and see, oh, there's an unusual transaction, and they will give you feedback. Then, this type of architecture, once you put it in place, you are inviting a lot of cyber attackers. You understand? So you need to talk to people that they already have experience and they are going to build it, because whether you like it or not, Nigeria Revenue Service, they will be targeted, because all those cyber attackers, they will be always around to make sure that they are always there to make sure you suffer some kind of level of revenue loss. So you don't just want to start experimenting just because we have the capacity to carry all those blah blah blah. They play base 24, your national switch backbone that NIMS is using. Base 24 was not built by Nigeria. Postillion that InterSwitch is using is not a Nigeria switch application. You use Visa. So to me, I think it's a good thing, at least if it's going to help us to, even because it's going to go beyond the tax administration, it's going to help even up to manage financial crime as well. So to me, it's a good thing. I don't have any other thing. So everybody who they shout, you just they play. Say Tinubu no go even look at we know go even look at your face now. You understand? They keep on shouting. That guy they do a lot of things, is moving the country forward. And if you are attacking everything that the government is doing, it's good for your health. At least if you are not exercising very well, if you are exercising with your voice and your emotion, it keeps you healthy. So keep it up. So that's what I have about that tax, except you have any other thing to ask me.
We were also talking about the now spate of arrests taking place by the EFCC, notably Idris Ngige, Abubakar Malami in custody, and then your good friend, General Christopher Musa. He has gone to visit the family of that brigadier general that was pied in such a gruesome manner by the insurgents. So give us a little flavor of those spaces.
Yeah, General Musa is my man, so I don't even need to stress about him. I know he's going to perform, but Tinubu should just give him hand. I've given free hand, but I expect Tinubu to sack this spy that made Minister of the Minister of State. What's that guy still doing there?
You mean Matawale?
Yeah, what's that guy still doing there?
You know, there are more and more information. I think I'll forward you some things that were sent to me. Actually, there are more and more information coming out about that guy. He's deeply embedded in terrorism, according to what's Bokarian.
Yeah, that guy is there because you know I gave an analogy the other time. You understand? Like it just like okay, Patoski that used to be my guy in a bank, and all of a sudden he became my junior. If it's under me, I'd be suspecting him that Oga, why are you doing under me now? Oh yeah, come they go because I know it was my Oga. Why should my metabolism be still under his this if he has nothing in his skeleton? It simply means that some people they don't have shame at all. And this is actually exposing that guy. Look at what happened in Kwara State now. Allegedly, they caught some bandits. Why am I even calling them bandits? Terrorists. You know what they did? They said, we don't have gun. No. Now Kwara State government gave us gun.
Yeah, I heard it. But I said it in this platform now. How about?
You understand? They say that Kwara State government empowered them. Now, see, it's very even difficult to even deny. Because the last attack that happened, you disarm those people that were supposed to be like vigilante and keep their eye to help with insecurity in that state. Suddenly, after that, there was an attack. You understand? So, a lot is going there, but I like this dimension of America because I think this man can hide under America, and I think having partnership with France too is another way for us to just move forward. You know, see, if Matawale is not resigning, Tinubu should just man up and fire the guy. Oh yeah, come they go. You don't see enough. Or pata, let them just put all the system under monitor, all his phone, everything.
Yeah, but sorry, Matawale's association with terrorism is not new information now. It's something that has been very much circulating even since deep into the Buhari administration. So why did Tinubu appoint him in the first place against that backdrop that is a sympathizer of that narrative, even telling us to be understanding of them, that they are not bad boys?
You see, one thing I don't really understand there is this. Now, El-Rufai failed background check. How did Matawale even pass? Because I think to some extent, Tinubu is naive when it's come to things like that, or because I want to believe that it's naive. Because
can I ask you?
He's not. He's not.
Except that was I'm saying. Except go ahead if you want to ask me.
All right.
One man coming. Anyway,
don't you think?
No, you have the floor, but that's Oriola. Yeah, Oriola. Good to see you. Yeah.
Oh, same here. Remember the phrase that says, "Keep your enemy closer." Don't you think probably that's what's going on there? So that's number one. Number two, the Musa guy. Remember that after he gave interview on DW and Al Jazeera, and he was planning to go to Canada and they canceled his visa based on what he said on those interviews. Don't you think there will be some? I like the fact that it shows him. Don't you think there's another problem coming up with that guy?
You mean the Canada cancel Matawale visa, right?
No. Musa. What, you don't remember when he was?
Which of the Musa? This our General Musa.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, have you forgotten that they wanted to go for one military game? I think it was a military game or something that they cancelled.
I think some of us need to write this Canada embassy. I know that my embassy and my people here can be crazy sometimes. You understand? Because I understand the.
Are you saying he didn't do something to? You are putting his picture as your DP. You are putting the picture of a terrorist as your DP.
How can
that's not Matawale. That's General Musa now.
How can General Musa be a terrorist?
Is he not the Musa that turned back from Canada?
Let me tell you what Canada does.
You see, before you go ahead, let me say this so that you continue. I want to add this. You see, one day we're gonna use Elon Musk SpaceX, the satellite, to show Matalawi where he's throwing guns to the terrorists to pick. I think it will bring so much disgrace to Nigerian government that they will carry their head like this and put on the table. Because the problem Nigerians are having and their government are having is that they seem to think the world cannot see what is happening. Honestly, sincerely speaking, there will be a time Nigeria government will put their face on the table as shame. Continue.
So you see, okay. Now one thing about Canada, I understand properly. If Madam Zita now decided to join SAS now, for example, that SAS people, once you write it on your form that you're a member of SAS, trust me, Canada will deny you visa immediately. They will tell you that you belong to organization that abuse human rights. So that's why if you're a policeman and you just go apply and you say you are a policeman, you understand the probability of getting your visa denied is as high as 80%. You go explain, you go explain tire. So I understand if so deny our military, but then I think the government should do a lot because a person like him is needed. And if the like of Tinubu can work with the government of Canada, like all those government officials that have questions to answer, because I know that Canada can be very dirty when it comes to all those people that you think you cannot handle. Trust me, Canada will help you handle them properly. Just give them visa. Matawale, they come to Canada. But make Tinubu just say, please, when he arrives in Canada, just help us pick him up. I swear. Canada will pick him up immediately. They don't joke. Now, one small boy like this go even pick him up. So, to me, I think keep your enemy close or closer or all those things. Well, I don't necessarily believe in that because we now have some kind of we have the kind of capacity that you don't need your enemy to be closer to you before you can monitor that enemies. You understand? If I were in the shoe of Tinubu, what I would simply do is this: I will bug everything that guy does, including his shoes, including his washroom, everywhere. The only thing is that in order not to violate, don't show his nude picture. That's the only thing. But I will bug everything, all his movements. I will make sure I trace everything because it's logical. Your junior now became your boss and you are still there. Doing what now? Get shame, Mr. Man. And the guy should just F off that office. So, to me, it's an interesting situation now. So, I think, like I said the other time, Tinubu should just hide under whatever America is doing. I know he's doing a lot of restructuring, you understand? But I hope Nigerians can really understand what is happening now because I know some guys can still not separate politics from the reality. And I know that they are waiting for this man in 2027 so that they can remove him ASAP if it is possible. But what do I expect? I expect the people that will go to jail or that be detained. I expect the list to be long. Do I think the like of Amishi will necessarily be run after? I don't think so. I think El-Rufai is beginning to be very careful now. You know, a lot of them are beginning to watch what they say. But where the fear is this, you understand? If they can implement this thing properly and they cannot move in money from foreign country or whatever they are moving in the money without the Nigerian financial system capturing them, then that would be good. That would be good because as it is now, I won't lie to you. Everybody here knows. If possible, for the lifetime, I cannot tolerate any Fulani in the position of power again. There are more than 400 tribes in the north alone, and there are several in Nigeria. So, the like of article now that people may just because of settlement now be pandering to. You should know something about article. Exile is behaving like a typical Fulani man, born to rule, born to rule, born to rule, and that guy will destroy. The guy that is destroying his party. Obi went to that ADC, right? Thinking that ADC, they don't show him, say, no, nothing like a Zonio, nothing like all those stuff, you understand? You should just see. So the guy just go and get into, and anybody that love Nigeria now should just continue with Tinubu in 2027. If you think it's all about your tribe and you don't want to continue with Tinubu, okay. May your emotion help you. You understand? Because the same emotion, that's nine land us in the problem we are today. You know, when Buhari was crying that time, some of us say, this man that is crying. I say this man is crying that you didn't vote me early enough so that I can destroy you. You understand? I was not a prophet. It was just a simple logic. You can see it now. So anybody that is defending Buhari, you understand, you have me to battle with. Thank you. Let another person talk.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Excellent. Thank you, Ola. So I was going to go to Prince Daddy, but he's dropped momentarily. So we go to Zita. So Zita, we're talking about a tax MOU signed between Nigeria and France that's got Nigerians a bit concerned that France will be able to access our sensitive information. We're also talking about what else were we talking about? Yes, the whole of the North is agitated by this as well. We were also talking about the arrest of Chris Nguge and Abubakar Malami. Chris Nguge in Gige now in Kuje prison. Malami still in EFCC custody. So that they're claiming is politically motivated, but all of the reasons why they should be in prison is all well known to all of us. So we were talking about that as well. And then, of course, we were still talking about this bow and go. And by the way, we were also talking about this. Nobody has yet mentioned this. Nigeria set to enter security pact with the United States over rising insecurity. So all of those narratives that the Americans are about to send gunboats into Nigeria, they are sending gunboats, but it's only to give it to the Nigerian authorities to fight insurgency. So it looks as though this narrative now is turning to somewhat into a positive for the Nigerian state. So we're talking about those spaces. So to you then the floor. But I'll bail out. Let Ola bring it on. Molama Binojo also, but it's
no wahala, woman. I did, but the one you discuss is they try to come. Even if no one come, just open it so that for those of us that want to continue.
Thank you, Ola. I was hoping you'd say that. It's just the yes. Anyway, I'll talk to you. Keep your phone open tomorrow. Then I'll talk to you. Then we see how we're going to progress with the platform. Thank you. I was going to say thank you for the super chat, but nobody super chatted us. Choma, please release Abbey because you have no reason to do that. Baba, please, can you unban Abbey from whatever clutches that Choma has put her in? Put him in. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. I will start with the security part. If the security part is to give Nigeria sophisticated weapon, I don't think the United States is going to do that anyway because it will end up in the hands of this recklessness. Unless otherwise, as you people say, United States want to set fire on Nigeria. Maybe they want to use that opportunity and turn Nigeria to Syria or Afghan or this thing, because having a security part with United States might mean, if it means them giving us good weapons, then we're not going to use it anyway. It's going to be same old. It's going to be given to the militant to start harassing us and the terrorists. That being said, for those who is saying Musa and Matalawi are not the same people, as I said before, and I will continue saying it, Hate me, like me, I do not care. Believe me, don't believe me, I don't care. The only time I will believe that Nigerian government is doing something is when I stop hearing regular names in the Nigerian military. As I said before, they are part of our problem, including that Musa. As I said before, he's not going to do anything.
Can you tell us why you think Musa is one of our problems?
It's one of our problems. Any military man that has been in government been in the military from the time of Obasanjo to date, and is a general, is a major general, should not still be there. They should fire all of them. Retire all of them and retire them ceremoniously. That is going to be the first step to solving Nigerian insecurity. But outside that, any other thing anybody is doing, believe you me, it's a yo-yo. Those guys are our problem. The insecurity, yes, it's insecurity to an average Nigerian. People are dying. So it's an insecurity. People are being paid unnecessarily. So it's an insecurity to an average Nigerian. But to those people, it is business. You see, these people I have mentioned, to them, it is a business. And as long as they keep changing them like wrapper, that insecurity in Nigeria can never be solved.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
All right, so I understand like where you're coming from, that they should take them all out, retire them. But remember, was it last month? The Navy there was a face-off between one Navy in Abuja with Wike, and he got the order from a retired general. So don't you think even if they fire them, they will still have power and still control some of the military guys, even though they're retired?
Do you know why the retired had power? Because his boys are still there. I repeat myself. Do you know why the retired had power? Because his boys are still in the military. Somebody like Babangida does not have power again in the military. Because Obasanjo yanked out all those people. That's one good thing Obasanjo did to Nigeria. Did for Nigerians. Otherwise, this coup you people are talking about would have been in a blink, one after the other. But those people that had that knowledge, that wisdom, that expertise to do those coups, Obasanjo gathered all of them, retire them, boom. Now, this set of ones that are there now are those people who have they have the brain, the expertise, the calculator, and the mesmerization of this insecurity. The only way to stop this insecurity is to yank them out. And I will continue saying it on this platform.
But when you say they should yank them off, from what level? Because you said from the time of Obasanjo, that's 1999 to be precise.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Now, you know, some of
came.
us say, hold on.
Obasanjo came.
Say, yeah.
Obasanjo came. Those that were with him, those ones are those ones that he know. They are experts. They've been trained. They know every degree of how to do coup. He said, if this democracy must stay, This group of guys has to go. He yanked them out. Democracy stayed. At least today we still have it. Anytime they try to do Q, it's not working. Anytime they try to do Q, it's not working. Why? Because those people that have those expertise are gone. Now, the set now that he left behind, they have perpetuated plan of insecurity. To us Nigerians, it's insecurity. To us Nigerians, we are being pied anyhow. It's chaos. We can't go home. But to them, it is a business. They know the plan. They know the status. They know the characteristics. They know how to wiggle it. They can take picture after buying can you imagine a major general? They go to their family and take pictures. What do you do with that set? Count them, boom, 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 boom. Move them out.
Okay, can I counter your opinion and I will
Go
tell you
ahead.
why your opinion is dangerous? Okay. You see, when you consider what it takes Nigerian to trade someone from the cadet to let's say the level of a brigadier general, for example, those costs that you are looking at there, we'll be talking of millions of dollars, average of let me just say average of the worth of it. Let me say the worth of it is, let me put at the average cost of $1 million. You know, some of these guys, they attended different courses, their experience in international war engagements and all those stuff. Now, if you decide to okay, you want to, because what you are saying now is this: anybody that did cause.
You're actually very funny.
No, I'm coming. You said since the time of okay. Let me try one thing. When you said since Obasanjo, you are saying they should retire everybody that has been in the military up to 2007. That's what you just said now. So now this thing is beyond this internal war on bandits and terrorism. Don't forget too that we are exposed at the international border too. You know, we have some enemies that may be looking at our strength, and those people that were unable to talk before,
You are
they may
trying
just
to
gain
counter
strength
me,
once
or
you
you are
lose
making a submission.
experience your regard. So experience. So that's what I'm asking. So is it not exposing our security architecture to some kind of?
I will answer you that thing you just asked. You just explained, because that wasn't a question. Those things you just explained, I will answer you. I will answer you with a question. You said getting somebody to the rank of major general takes a lot of money, right? Takes a lot of training, right?
Yeah.
To become a general, become a major general, become a captain and all whatnot. He said it takes a lot of money and training.
Yeah.
Okay. And it probably take a lot of years, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your gain?
No. You can't use.
No,
you
I
can't
asked
use
you a simple question now. Please, let's stay on the argument. You said it takes a lot of years, it takes a lot of time, and it takes a lot of money to train somebody to build that person up from grass. I don't know where you got that one from.
Now, just let me just put estimates.
Hold on, please. I'm talking from something I know very well. I don't know where you got that to train somebody to be an expert. Is being a general is you move in ranks. A corporal might be more technical than you are.
No, I mean they will
Hold on,
attend
let
lot
me
of
finish. You
training
ask
now.
me a question. Let me answer you with free hand, free information. So you are saying that for somebody to cut off those high horses and throw them away, how do I know what is going to cost Nigerian to train people again to bring them up to the level, and the years is going to take Nigeria to bring them up to the level of general. I don't know where you got that. Somebody must be a general to perform. But I ask you a simple question. Based on how important you think these people are, and because they are this important, it's a wrong time and a wrong decision for them to be removed. So you are indirectly telling me that at this point they are indispensable. The simple question I'm asking you, then what is your game? They are there now. With your so much years of experience, with so much money you put on them, with so much badges you put on them, and I ask you a simple question: what is the game?
So do you want me to respond?
Yes, answer me. What are you gaining from them?
Okay. Now, I will use this analogy. Now, we say our police, they are not efficient today. Do you want us to take the police off the road? You understand? Do you want anybody to take the police from the road just for 24 hours and let's see how the
I
country
didn't
will
say
be?
take people,
I'm just giving an
law enforcement
example. I know
agencies off the
I'm
road.
building
Though.
my case.
I
Just
said
hold on.
yank the people who have perpetuated those high-ranking officers. They are no longer seeing it as insecurity. It's a business. And I say remove them.
No,
Just
I'm
as
coming.
Obasanjo did.
I'm
And
coming.
you said they must stay.
No, you
Because
said
you
those
cannot
people,
remove them.
you said those
Because
people that
if
were
they are not doing
recruited
well,
from the
are you
time of
going to say
Obasanjo.
they should be
Hold on
removed? I
now.
don't understand the argument.
Hold on. You said those people that were recruited from the time of Obasanjo, 2070 date.
Didn't say they recruited the time of Obasanjo.
So
That's
who
not
are
what
you
I
now
said.
talking about?
I said
So
those who have been staying since then.
since the time of Obasanjo, right?
I said those who has been staying. He yanked out his mates and those who have perpetuated. It's not. Listen to me.
No. Those people
Do
that
you know why
Obasanjo
we're
start.
having this argument? Do you know why we're having this argument? We are
Why?
actually having this argument because Jonathan and Tinubu are the only elected president. Maybe Yaradua was, I don't know, but Yaradua had a military background, so he would have actually gotten help. Jonathan and Tinubu are the only elected president in Nigeria that did not have romance. They were not part of the military, and they did not have deep romance with the Nigerian military. That is actually why we are having this argument. Because if they were retired military men like Obasanjo, he's gonna yank them out. We wouldn't even be having this argument in the first place.
Okay.
Because I can't see any right-thinking Nigerian to see the mayhem that is happening in Nigeria. According to you, they are well trained, money well spent on them, rank well decorated on them. And this mayhem is happening. And the right thinking human beings say they should stay. Stay and be doing what exactly?
Okay, madam. Let me make a statement. This misconception that Obasanjo just fired recklessly is not totally true. Obasanjo fired political soldiers. Two different things. He didn't fire them just because they stay with IBB. Those people that already involved in coup plotting and held political offices.
You don't know what is a political soldier. That's why you said political soldier. You don't seem to understand what is a political soldier. It's actually the political soldiers that do kill. Because they are the ones that monitor what is happening in politics.
That exactly
Good.
right.
So why are you saying he fired political soldiers? So are you conferring what I just said by baptizing it?
Those were the ones that were administrators that they had one offices or the others. But there were some of their mates that didn't participate in any coup or had political office, and he did not fire all those ones. Now, if you are going to fire, now probably people like us, that's most of our mates, you understand, were still at the level of a colonel. Maybe one pocket or there, one here or there that are brigadier, right? So now, we are talking of those people that were employed under those people now. If we are going to fire some of those soldiers, we'll be talking of like at least 10,000 soldiers will go today. And these are experienced soldiers.
So what did you get from their experience?
No,
you are not answering my question.
You cannot.
Are you keeping them for keeping sake?
No.
Or are you keeping them because you are getting the value for your money? That's the question I'm asking. Or the value for your time and the value for your labor.
The level of insecurity we have now might be a child play if you fired all those experienced soldiers. We are just talking based on our knowledge, based on where we are. You understand? Because based on what we know.
You are assuming now with what is happening in Nigeria, what you are telling the whole world now is that they are doing a great job, so they should stay. Hold on.
When you listen to Ali Kefi,
because if you remove them, the situation will be worse.
I think so.
I never see. Excuse me. I never see where somebody goes to work and then in the office the person has worked and he got up to the level of manager, and then his performance over the years has been poor since he became manager. He performs below average, and the company said, you see, we have made this man manager. He has been with us and he has been working with us. So since he's been working with us, he has gained experience in the company, which he is not. Hold on. Whatever experience the company is claiming or he is claiming has gathered in the company is not in his deliverables. He can't deliver it. And the company said, because we spend money on him, he is now a manager, we are not getting our deliverable, he stays. That's actually what you're saying.
Madam, you are well experienced. You understand. In project management, you have heavyweight project manager, you have a lightweight. Now, heavyweight project manager, they are the executive level that they can move. You understand? In fact, I had such kind of experience in the past. When a manager was blocking my projects, you understand, I had to find a way of talking to my director. Instead, my director was not even able to face that person. You know what my director did? He called his own vice president and they set up a meeting. There's nothing I could have done there if the vice president of that group said, we are not moving. At the end of the day, they will still tell you that the entire project, that the project manager is accountable for the entire project. But you are not going to move a needle without the heavyweight project manager. You understand? Now, the question is this. Look at what Ali Kefi said.
Hold on. I don't understand your argument. Honestly, sincerely speaking, I don't like arguing with you. You are saying a total different thing. I am not talking about a project manager working with staff and staff of other departments. I am talking as a company. A company that owns the project manager. You are saying if his deliverable is below expectation, first year, second year, third year, that they should keep him because he's a manager.
Let me land now. Let me land. We are all aware today. We are all well aware when Commander Olawumi came out. Ali Kefi now came out recently. They got the name of some terrorist financiers that are in the government. And they presented the case to who they were supposed to present the case to. The commander-in-chief was supposed to be the one to say, go ahead and act. He didn't act. Now, tell me, okay, look at what even Oshibajo did when they violated the National Assembly. What did he do to the Director General of SS? You understand? He fired the vice president of the country. Instead for the president to defend him, to protect him, he left him opened. We are in that country. So these guys that you are talking of, they are not the commander-in-chiefs. They are just having. How were you expecting a brigadier general or a major general to go and arrest a cabinet minister without the order of the commander-in-chief? How? I don't get that. So if I now face
Please,
that
where
brigadier
is this
general,
argument coming from? Where did I tell you that they should go and arrest a cabinet member or something? I don't know where you are getting. I said they should seek to function. So why are you telling me that you? Why am I saying they should go and arrest? They should go and catch this person? That is not what my argument is. I am zeroing them non. What do they call it? Non personal non grantia. That's what I declared them. And I said they should go. So why are you arguing on their performance, on what they are doing? Am I saying they should go and they arrest? They are not the chief of, they are not this. Ola, maybe I'm seeing what you are not seeing. Please, can I continue with my submission? I beg you.
continue with your submission.
My point is that just as Obasanjo helped us quench senseless queues in Nigeria, which causes a lot of fatality most times when they do it. Senseless queue in Nigeria. Obasanjo helped us match break for that one. So I am saying this group that are now, that the group of senseless insecurity. I want them face that. Period. I am not giving them a chance to act anything. Whether to catch, are they supposed to catch the terrorists? Are they supposed to arrest their sponsors? I am zeroing down zero performance. They should leave. Period. That's my argument. But if they're doing fine and you think you've spent money on them and therefore they should stay, and they believe that their actions are limited and that's why they are not performing, I wish you and Nigerians luck. But for me, what I see, from what I heard, with information in my hands, as long as those people are still there, insecurity in Nigeria will never be solved. Period. 3 years down the line, call me back. I will remind you, but I said it.
Madam.
So let me go to the next topic, if you will let me.
Okay, go to the next topic.
What is the next topic?
Okay, we've discussed about the tax. Have you talked about the tax?
I don't even know why. Well, people might see it as negative, but I will see it as positive in the sense that they see what they want to see anyway. But having a part with them means you can now question what they want to see. And then you will have a look at what they want to see. Period. There is a rule now. But saying for them to see, they're going to see this, that they can't see whatever they want to see. They want to see it anyway. All you are into tech now.
No, of course I know. The data that insider can even sell. So what are they talking about?
So if they are having a part, it means, to me, it means some sort of restriction. But for somebody who doesn't understand, we see it as it's time for them to see. No, they see whatever they want to see. But now you can ask them, but we didn't say you should be seeing this area now. Why are you seeing it? That's just it. Period. Next topic.
Do you want to speak on this Kwara bandit that said the governor of Kwara State equipped them? Do you want to speak on that?
So what I'm saying is that I have always I've always been saying this on this platform. As I said before, there are some weaponry and arms and ammunition that an individual cannot buy. I've said this several times on this platform, and people abuse me and call me all manner of name. I don't really do care anyway. I will say what I want to say. My judgment bows to none. If you know me, you will know that my judgment bows to none. I don't care. That things, those boys, look at the boys that are handling those guns. Ola, you have seen pictures of those and videos of those militia and militant and terrorist group. Look at them very well. Please be honest to yourself. Those boys look like people who can afford those guns.
Yeah, that was why I was telling you the other time that retiring all those soldiers, all those officers will not solve anything.
It's going.
Okay,
That will be the final information close.
Okay, no. Let me tell you what.
Information close. Pakai. The moment you pick some group of young, in fact, you don't even need to pick some from the remaining ones. Before you fire them, you do what they call mass recruitment. Brilliant boys and girls. You pick a handful of them, those ones that you think that pass the exam very well. You pick a handful of them and go and hand them over to Israel. Just for 6 months.
Madam Zita,
Hold on, let me finish now. Don't mess up my words. I know most of the things I say here, you guys don't want people to hear it, but I will say it anyway. Just for 6 months, they were not in the military before. You just handpick them. Call them a particular special name in the military. Either you call them Nigerian lavender or Nigerian ivory. Just call them one thing, but their body in the military, just like US do, they call Navy SEAL and all manner of CIA, FBI. So just create them, pick them that in the military. Full of them, send them to Israel for 6 months. By the time they come back, Yaga go here way. Madness go leave road, enter bush. So that's what I'm talking about.
You know me, I know day for that your support, for that your own solution is that your solution will open my country to external attack because you are
what are you having now? Internal attack.
No,
what you are having now is internal attack, right?
No, hold on. External. Let me tell you something. You send someone to work college in the US, you send to someone to work college in India, and you send someone to different international training to go and train, and so all of a sudden, just because you think they should go, you just fire like 20,000 of them. Now, how long do you think it's going to take you to now send them to train all those instantly? No, I know they for such kind of thing. Now, because my own solution has always been like, okay, you have different levels.
When you are speaking, I think you are benefiting from this shenanigan that is happening in Nigeria.
I don't fall for blackmail. I don't suffer for such
around your concern about firing them.
Let me tell you.
Actually, I'm trying to wrap my head.
Meanwhile, Oriola and Prince Daddy, I beg you speak when you want to speak, or don't just leave.
I'm trying to wrap my head what issues you have with that anyway, because a normal Nigeria, in fact, just like we say, catch this person, catch this criminal, catch this politician that stolen our money. I think that's the way Nigerians should be feeling about the military. I don't even know why you are saying they did this, they did that. I don't really do care. But I maintain my ground. 3 years down the line, Allah, inshallah, we come back here, I will still tell you, has the insecurity been solved?
No, hold on. Like what you are saying, at least I'm good that we are all experienced even in this attack. What is like you are saying, oh, go and camp someone and train that person seriously for 2 years of software development.
No, that's not what I said. Listen to
I'm
me
giving
carefully.
an example now.
Listen to me carefully. I will repeat myself again because I like repeating myself. When I speak, I like people to open their minds so that they will hear me very well. What did I say? I said, before you fire them, and they're all listening to us, but it doesn't make any difference. I will still say it. Before you fire them, make sure you do what they call massive recruitment in the military. Massive. And when you recruit them, those your so-called general and last card, those people their salaries are huge. And what they're costing the country is huge. So their salary, one of them, their salary, I don't want to exaggerate, can pay 10 of these people I'm talking about. So do what they call massive recruitment before you throw them out. When you finish that recruitment, before those new recruits, their leg go reach ground, begin the land work, you wire those idiots that they call general in our Nigerian army, because they're beginning to irritate me.
You have not even the scope of firing now. You are not
No,
even talking.
hold on. Whether you want to fire them or you want to retire them, whatever means you need deem fit to get rid of them. Please look, Ola, maybe you don't have a military family. If you have a military family and you know how military function, and you hear that a general of a country like Nigeria is being paid ridiculously by stinking, poo-smelling idiots, I don't know what you will think that happened to the information. But for somebody like me, maybe I know what you don't know. But let me continue with what I'm saying. I'm trying to repeat myself, get my information straight. Before those boys will come, they will resume to be integrated into the kangaroo and jamboree going on in Nigerian military now. You retire, whether you want to retire them or you want to fire them or you want to execute them, whatever means the government didn't fit to get rid of them. My own is get rid of them. Period. That's where I stand. And then you took a handful of these new recruits that are not into the remaining rank and file, the remaining rank you left behind. You take this new recruit, a chunk of them, send them to Israel for 6 months. Intensive training. When they come back, that is when you will know that anyway. They usually send them for training
Madam,
anyway.
management.
Hold on, let me finish. Sending them to training is not a new thing. They always go for training. They're well trained. It's just that they don't want to work. So send them to training as usual, and then when they come back, their head go the hot. Let me see.
Anyway,
Whether madness no go leave road enter bush. I want to leave that topic.
Anyway, madam,
Because you do not have a clue if you are in the military or you are a member, your family members are in the military, you have a clue how the military function, and you watch that way, the way that Major General was paid. Come on now, that is the height of it.
See, madam, I don't make one analogy.
That is the height of it. You see those your friends that you are using their
madam.
picture.
I
don't want to use the word shamelessly using their picture as your DP.
No, I will use it too.
If you understand what happened to that, if you have preview information to what happened to that Major General and how that Major General was by, you will know that is the height of it. Those guys need to go.
Okay, madam.
Wait,
no, you will come now. Yeah, you will come, Oriola. So because I think sometimes we underestimate the role of a manager in an organization. And the manager is one of the most difficult profession, but people think it's easy. Maybe they stay in the office, they just shout, they just come and no, it's one of the toughest you can have. Be an ordinary team member and a food sugar is easier. So recruiting new person and training them in Israel and start and come and taking strategic command role. I don't know how that is going to happen. Even in Canada here, when someone we call
Don't
them
know why you have
OCT.
problem with that, but I wish
Hold
you
on,
luck.
madam, so that we can move to another person. You see a new recruit that is like going to become second lieutenant. They still have to give them sergeant. You understand that we still be showing them some skills. You understand until they are fully ready. So, to me, what you just said, when I even did my calculation, averagely we are saying about 50% of our soldiers should go just because they serve other soldiers. Okay, we come to that later. Oriola, if you have anything to speak, please speak up.
Yeah, I was going to. I mean, I kind of agree with her in a way, but the only problem that I have is even if they take those people out, the way I've been seeing like the Nigerian military works is more like even the retired guys, they still have influence, and that's where I kind of like I don't want to agree with her because if they still have influence, even though they're out of the force, they can still, if they have friends or people that listen to them, they can still get them to do what they want. And that's the only problem that I kind of have. Like, I understand that, oh, getting rid of those people that you feel like they're already corrupt, yeah, that's a good step. But the thing is, if they're still going to have influence, and I'm not sure if this is true, but from what I heard, it's more like when they retired, they still give them some military guys that stay with them, that when they're going out, they still follow them. So if they still have capacity or they still entitled to those things, it just, to me, I don't think it would work. But if they don't, then definitely it should work. But with the way we see it, and the last one that the last incident that I gave you and everybody's aware of, the Navy that still listen to ex-military guy to go own or hold a land for him. So those things uh makes me think that even if we get rid of those people, maybe just like you say, maybe 50% of them, if they have influence, it just doesn't. I don't. I don't think it's going to work. That's what I want to say to that. Do you want me to no response? Do you want me to speak to other things? Hola, can you hear me?
Please continue.
Yeah. I thought maybe someone wanted a response to that, but if not, I just
yeah. One of the problem we face in that country that people don't realize is this. Like, I think in the early 2000s, Nigeria was recruiting average of 8,000 to 12,000 yearly, and as of now, even people don't want to join the military, and you want to fire those we have. Because the question is this: when Adam Oshomole said the retired generals are behind illegal mining and insecurity in the Northeast, including a former head of state. I wonder how a major, a captain, or brigade or brigade commander in the military will go there. Because the thing is this, those guys going and arresting all those people may be very easy. But you went ahead, you arrested all those soldiers, just for your commander-in-chief to play politics and free them. And you know how bad that thing can be.
yeah, but those military, they the ones safeguarding the mining area, right?
No,
So
that's not even the point. You get my okay. Let me give you an example now. Tinubu ordered that all the police guiding VIP should be withdrawn. As Tinubu was getting feedback that they are yet to withdraw, is insisting. That means that the level of authenticity is it means business. It's insisting. So they withdraw from some senators, but they are assisting with some people. It's insisting. Now, and that thing is working because some regular guys like you and myself that normally go to Nigeria that call for police escort, they are no longer getting police escort now.
Why do you need?
You.
See, why? That's some of the problem we have. I don't even. Why do you need to be using law enforcement that needs to be actually enforcing law to be your protector? You just go get a security personnel to. There's private security agencies that you can hire to guide you.
No, they are not licensing proper guns to those people, except if those security personnel will be moving you with armor personnel carrier. You know.
Well,
so
they need to, and security. I don't even. Well, they need license for pistol. I think they need to get a license.
They need to form, if they can form private security people like those in South Africa, that they can license them pistol and rifle. So I think Nigeria should consider that.
Every countries have, like, you never see them going around with the law enforcement. Why is law enforcement following you all around? You just go get a private security. And I don't know how it works in Nigeria like that, but I believe if you run a private security agency.
Sorry, guys. See, they don't want to pay for it. I think the private security in Nigeria is a booming industry. Actually, I have a friend I went to high school with. He has a private security firm. I guess is a police officer, but the police officers that work for the state, you don't pay for it. So why do they want to spend all their money paying for private security when they can get free security from the state?
Yeah,
but those private securities you mentioned, are they well equipped? Because I'm not aware. Because all those security,
what I've been hearing, I think they are.
No, apart from Asari Dokubo and Tompolo.
Yeah, but is that legal?
If they don't have proper gadgets now, they use the Podike they used to use now. Chebi they use Podike.
Baton, Madam Sita, now for you.
They use jazz now. All those iPod people, is it not jazz that are using?
I hear you. The jazz that no work when they were using Kano, they scatter people when all these British people.
Yeah, but in Nigeria, there's law against civilians having pistol, right? So you can't have a gun if you're a civilian. So there should be no expectation that security agencies should face any well, I know there might be some little people that they have stolen arms and stuff, but they shouldn't face anything like that on a regular basis. And when I'm talking about security, I meant like there are people that they're huge. Like even you seeing them, you're already scared. Like, we'll talk less of you trying to attack them.
You are funny. If you are not well secured as a security officer, they waste you. If you like, be as big as a 10-story building.
If you listen carefully to what I said because with Nigeria, like, there's a game, you can't have gun. So, but I understand that there's some people that will go against the law and carry guns around. That's what I meant, that on a regular basis, you won't face such things. I'm not saying that you should stand and someone will shoot you. I'm not saying that. I understand that, yeah, that could happen. I'm just saying that when you see celebrities and they have security personnel like that, the fans, they already know, like, oh, I don't want to attack this guy. So they're not thinking that, oh, that person needs to have a weapon. They already understand that, oh, with a huge person, I can't fight this guy. I have to respect the celebrity. I have to make sure I do things right. That's what I'm talking about. Because majority of celebrity in Nigeria too, they run around with this police escort and stuff. So I understand. I'm just saying that there's some little things that can still be in place instead of trying to wait for, oh, you need to have weapon before you can go around. That's what I'm saying, because I believe that if we have, I mean, I've been to some clubs in Nigeria. I've been to some weddings. I see those huge guys, and people understand that you have to respect whoever they're securing. So instead of waiting for police to do all these jobs, because I don't understand, police don't do this job everywhere. I think it's just Africa that we disrespect the police to be carrying posts and all of that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. You see, so you see one thing. I think it's not as if the problem of Nigeria is that difficult to solve. If the president and the governors will not play politics, you know. Now,
That's
what's
what
the
me
name
I
of this
disagree
government?
with you. It has something to do with the president. It has something to do with the system. It has something to do with your what might I call it? Your so when you're talking about
No,
police,
the president is part of the system now.
yeah, well, I'm just saying the systems that we have, that's what it is. When you talk about issues with police, talk about the law enforcement. That's them. It has nothing to do with the president or the governors. If if the president says, you the IGP or the inspector general, whatever, that I want this to be done, it's up to him to carry out that task. If he's not doing it, you can't blame do you want the president to now come?
Okay. Let me tell you. You know, when I call Buhari criminal, you know, some people wanted to they keep defending him that no, it's Kabai. Who cares? You understand? He was a coup plotter. So as far as I'm concerned, he's a criminal. He was a criminal. So the thing is this: look at how they harassed. Look at how they harassed Onoge, the chief, the CJ, the CJN. You understand? That was the first time I will ever witness that such of thing in that country. You understand? You violated the constitution, you know, the principle of power separation. You know, they went there to harass that man. You know, you can't do that in America. You know, despite the fact that Trump has been trying some funny thing, you know, your judiciary is still standing. So, but in Nigeria, what happened? Even the citizens supported. You understand? Without even getting that evidence, you know, once you throw money figure in Nigeria, even someone that was not even aware whether that thing was true or not, they move immediately. You are always guilty once anybody accused you in Nigeria. So look at how they harassed that man. At the end of the day, they found nothing on that man just because they wanted to move him out and pull the person there. Why did I say this? If our institution is so strong that the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria or governor cannot harass anybody, then that's understandable. That was why I was telling you the other time.
It too. You just said it. It's the institution. It has something to do with because all we're saying is this: even all the institutions, we still have people that check them, and that's another institution that needs to check them. And I think I'm not sure if you saw this headline that says is it the Bureau of whatever Tinubu increased their budget from like 2 or 4 billion to like 20 billion, because he understand that there need to be people that check every institution. So meaning you cannot you, the inspector general, the police, law enforcement need to be audited every single year. The hospital, the healthcare system need to be audited every single year. And the people that's auditing them, they need the superior, like the Senate or the House of Rep, to audit them too, to put them in check. Everybody needs to be checked. The thing is, we're not checking one another. If if healthcare is being checked, meaning that Department of Health can just show up at any hospital in Nigeria at any time, everybody will sit up because they know the federal can show up there at any time. And Department of what they call it, Ministry of Health in Nigeria knows that they have another agency that can show up to make sure that to audit them, to make sure that have you been to this state to check all the hospitals, the clinics. Everybody will be on their toes because they know, like, I'm not safe. If I don't do this, somebody is there to check me. If I'm not doing this, somebody's there to check me. The thing is, the institutions are not being checked. And a great example that you said was like the Trump and the judiciary. That's because all the institutions are doing their job. The president cannot just go around and think he can do whatever. The justice system is there to put them in check. And also the Senate, they're there to probe them as well. And
Now,
so that's what we
the
need.
question is this. The question is this. You know, in Nigeria, the president appoints the Inspector General of Police and can as well remove him. You see the problem?
It's not a
You see the
problem.
problem now.
It's not a problem because
It's a problem.
no, the institution of police in Nigeria, they have policy. They have what we call policy and procedure. That's their protocol. They don't listen to the president. All the president does is just assign IGP or whatever you call him. All he does is just assign him. The protocol they follow is not their loyalty is not to the president, is to their policy, is to Nigerian people and to the policy that guide them. So all this talk that just because someone can, if they want to fire them, let him fire him, because if he follows
Adiola,
the yes.
Adiola, good morning. See, if somebody is fired in Nigeria, how is he going to, excuse me, how is he going to take care for his family? You have to ask that kind of question. Like you know, you're talking from the point of maybe after your 8 hours a day, at the end of the month, enough hours, you have enough for your mortgage, food for your children, and live at least that normal life that human beings deserve. But in Nigeria case, if you lost your job, that person is in hell. So that is why if the president can sack at will and appoint at will, everybody, as far as the structure of Nigeria is concerned, not only police, everybody have to battle the president to survive. And that's
No,
why
I
you
don't.
see.
I don't agree with that mentality, because just because you can get fired, does it? A lot of people have get fired from their job. Does it mean that that's the end of life? They can't find a new job?
No,
Are
look
you
at it.
telling me
Look
that
at it from the
just because somebody told me to do a wrong thing, I should do it because I don't want to lose my job? I mean,
look at it. Maybe
these excuses are not good to me.
Yeah, Oriola, look at the situation. You know, we should not use our self-sufficiency idea, mentality, or understanding of be opportune to live in the Western world to judge the reality back home when it comes to Nigeria issue. Look, if people are fired from their job, top job, because they make a lot of sacrifice, years, maybe serving the government in a very terrible, harsh condition for the past 20 something to 30 years, and now is opportune to be on top. And for not obeying the president, get fired and they go back to the bottom. Look, my dear, that
Wait,
is why
that's not what
everybody.
that's not what I'm saying. I don't think that's what we're saying.
Well, one
What
second.
we're
Okay, like
implying
it's not only
is
about being fired; it's also about being ostracized and not and be pushed out of the circle, so to speak.
Yeah, they
So it's not
will.
only you
Thank you
lose a
very much.
job.
right, but I'm not saying that you should not listen to the president. I never said that. I'm just saying that they have policy and procedure that they have to follow. So if the
No,
president tells them to do something, just like where he told them that if you have any police that is carrying purse and doing anything such, take them out. He listened, he gave him a task, and now he has a policy and procedure to make sure that task is carried out. That's what I'm saying. And if
yeah,
it's not carried out, then he should face the consequence.
yeah. The thing is, that is the power of the presidency. You see, the will for things to change, if they activate it as a president, everybody will obey. Wherever direction the government want to steer the affairs of the country to, that is what people obey. Like all these police escorting, and they are all
It's not the
illegal.
that you see, this is the mentality that It's not the president. President is just one person. Nigeria, every institution in Nigeria has what they all have, this policy, a mission of what they should be doing in their job. When you get a job today, they give you your job description. You know what you should be doing. This excuse that the president should now be the one that is steering the
Okay.
wheel of everything.
Oriola, I made one example the other time. It's like you are not following. Now, when when Buhari was sick and Oshibajo was saying step into issue. Now, the Forex, Nigerian Naira started getting stronger. DSS violated the National Assembly, Oshibajo fired. Right? Because that one asking Oga say, maybe I don't give you power, continue, right? You constitutionally, you are the one supposed to step in. When he did all those things, you know what happened? When Buhari returned, they removed all Oshibajo staff. They can't replace with their own person. And president did not do anything. And the president's cabal, the Buhari's cabal, where they weren't doing all those stuff, they now install their own staff there. They remove Oshibajo staff.
Yeah, so that's
now. Hold on. As a president, a serious president, what were you supposed to do? He was supposed to stop all those people saying, no, you can't do this.
See,
the man didn't talk.
That's politics.
And the next time this guy was starving, he didn't hand over.
No, I'm not talking about politics now. I'm talking about the institutions. The example you just gave me is just politics. Is someone is just
but the
people that were appointed.
The president was the head of the presidency, and people under him were changing the personal staff of the vice president, so that they will expose him. I will not do this job, and the boss did not say anything.
Like I just tell, I've been saying.
Oriola, can I ask you a question?
Has nothing to do with how the country should be, or the institutions should perform their task.
Oriola, most of these VIPs, do you know that according to Nigeria law, is an illegal something that they were doing? Majority of these particularly businessmen. But there's no law.
Thank you. And when you look at the policy,
it's not true. It's not true. It's not true. You can apply for police protection. No, it's not true. It's not illegal. Maybe some of them may be doing illegal, but most of them
look at the way. Okay, let me put it this. Let me put it this way. Yes, if you can apply for that police or something, I will tell you, because I have a friend who is who happens to be, at least to some levels of higher rank but he told me, look, most of these police escorts you see everywhere, they're just illegal. There are only few people pass through the rifle channel. Very few, not up to 1%. Then the rest people is just a guy in the office, they collect money and they assign people to them. That's what they're doing. That's why sometimes when something happens,
let me say this. See, I've seen cases, and I don't want to speak much because it has to do like family members and stuff and people that I know. When they need military guys, maybe they're going to a place and they're not sure, or they're having some parties or whatever, they can get the military guys to escort them. Are you telling me that's Nigeria's law? That's not under our law. There's no law that you can just go to the barrack and get military to escort you.
No, that's a different situation now.
It's the same thing with police. People do that with police as well. No, as long as you have your money.
Those VIP are not illegal. That's what I'm saying.
What's not illegal? It's illegal.
Hold on. Now, like the traditional ruler now, you understand, some of them, they assigned one police to them. Some have 3 policemen. You understand? When you go to some key traditional rulers, that's what you will see. They have police.
So
that is not illegal.
Are you even listening to yourself? We have low police counts in Nigeria. Maybe like we need 1 million and we only have 200. So out of that 200, you have about half of those carrying purses around, and we're still discussing this. Does that even make sense to us? So what
No,
type
that's
of
another
policy?
thing entirely you are
What type
saying
of
now.
policy are they
No,
saying
you,
that
you are
you
talking.
can
We are
go?
talking. No, we are talking whether VIP attaching VIP to police to VIP is illegal. That's what you just said. That's what we are discussing. It's not illegal in itself.
Yeah, but the
It's
guy
not
he's
illegal.
saying that most of those that's gang police, they're all illegal. And I agree to that because I've
I
seen
would
it
just say some
happen.
of them, not most of them, because you want to say attachment of police to member of National Assembly, to
Wait now,
national rulers. Yeah,
That's
Ola,
not
wait.
what we're saying.
Ola, look,
I'll
let
give
me
you an
put it this
example.
way. Ola,
Why is E-Money getting police escorts? Who is he? Why is this guy, fashion guy, Sheyi Modi or whatever they call him? Why is he getting escort of police?
Obi
Why
Kubana, all those classes
exactly?
of
Why
people.
is those guys getting why is all your celebrity they want to go to church, they want to go to parties, stupid parties, they're getting escort?
You see, I
Are you
think
telling me those
you saw
are
one actress that was jogging and police were, she want to do some
thank you.
jogging
And you're telling me
exercise.
that's
Ola,
is that
look, I am talking from a direct source. This guy told me, look, all those VIP to senators and those ones are legal. You can't withdraw those ones. I don't think the president will risk that because he's going. Or else the one day they carry one, it's going to be very terrible.
no, they should
So
go to private agency. They should go all those.
they
If you
don't.
go to other countries, they all have FBI and secret
let me
agents.
tell you,
No,
guys. Let
I'm
me
still
tell you.
Oriola. I'm still talking about the reality that was on ground before Tinubu announced this announcement. There are people who have legal right, like some traditional leaders, where to do people in the society. But majority of all these escorts you see around, businessmen, celebrity, people who make noise, some of them don't even have money. They are 100% illegal. I'm telling you.
Even some of us on this
Hold
platform, we know.
on.
You go to Nigeria
Midwest.
today, you know the people to call just because you have some change in your pocket, and they will escort you.
Oriola, Joe. See, I don't want us to just talk blankly. You understand? You will see what the president said, that the role of those VIP people should be transferred to civil defense. You understand? Now, the thing is this: for you understand? For you now, if you apply for police protection now, all those police escorts, all you just need to do is to tell a commander, and that commander go through the process through the Inspector General of Police, Office of State Commissioner. Once it is approved, it's legal. So you cannot say all those will be Kubana you are talking about, whether they know the police commissioner, and the police commissioner just approve those escorts to follow. It's not illegal. You understand? So this thing you can go to the section 2149 of 2149 of 1999 and look.
Look.
Guy.
There are due process to really have people, police to guide.
That's what I'm saying. You didn't assess.
Hold on a moment. Let me round up. Look, the police you see escort everywhere. I will tell you, insider told me, they don't pass through this due process before they acquire all these people.
Because you talk to someone, you talk to one person, you cannot use that one to judge. That's what I'm saying. Because you know one person and you talk to the person, and the person told you that it's illegal. It does not mean it's illegal.
Wait now, I beg you. This thing, even the Agboteku himself, he knew very well that these things, they themselves, they have been complaining internally. Not that they don't complain about this issue. You understand what I'm saying? But they couldn't stop it because the power from above was not willing to support them. Look, we're talking about some, how will I put it? People who are a little bit influential and didn't want to pass through the rifle process. Take, for example, this order is just direct from Agboteku. People will fight it. If that's not taken, they will create problem for him. If the president power is not there to protect him. So this is what I'm trying to present. If you like, you can argue it. Oh, it's legal. People have been, the legal procedure that no, people don't follow because they don't pay to the government. Go to the, if you tell them to go and check where people pay to Nigeria government for having those police to escort them, you will only see few numbers there. This is what I'm trying to present before you. They pay for it. You're supposed to pay direct to the government before it happens. And if you go to that record now, you will not really discover that indeed majority for many years is just illegal.
I see your statistics is what I have problem with. I'm not saying some are not illegal, but how did you say that most of them? That's when see. Let me tell you one thing.
when you go to banks, you will see that so police are attached to the banks. Yeah, some of those police will still be the one to guide the MD and all those stuff. And some of those police you see around bank now, some of them were as far back as 2007, 2008, they were earning as much as 5,000 naira allowance daily. You understand?
Wait, MDs
So
getting
some of
police.
those attachments are not free too. They're not really
Wait,
free.
MDs getting police escorts. The hell?
See,
A bank
Ola,
MD, of course.
Ola, don't bring bank in. Bank will not do. As I told you, it's not all of them. Bank will not do that because it's a company. The manager will not take risk to go and do. If anything happen, that place is very. I don't know. It's like a flashpoint for anything to happen. Let's put it that way. So they don't do that. But when you see all these escort, one, following so many individuals, sometimes who are they? Nobody. And those ones, I tell you, huge percentage of them. Even my brother with the police self, let me tell you, there's a time he escorted white people. It was still illegal. I'm telling you.
Hey man, why should police be guiding the bank? I mean, if I may ask you, why should they be guiding the bank?
It's because of high level of criminality now. There was a time when they were.
See, this is the problem we have now. See now, now because it's bank now, you see it as okay, they are supposed to be there. What happens to private security?
How many banks they for some state now? Even some local government not even get bank as we talk. So you can't use that as is the one.
I don't get you now because I know there was a time that even the commander of police then there was a time that he was saying that a bank should go and get armored personnel carrier to be moving their cash. That was when I know that okay.
The bank. You know why the bank did? There was a time when these guys were attacking these armed robbers, even with all those escort and everything. So it became too much, and that's why they were not recommended that they have to have a very terrible vehicle that those people will understand that this mission is not, but to also save their police, their men also. They make those recommendations. That they have to have it safe. So that is why what they did in the.
Remy, welcome, Gary. I think you are going to rescue me from the hands of Midwest and Oriola.
Okay.
How you there?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. What happened to your nose?
Sorry, I have a cold, but I'll try. But I don't even know what you are discussing about. I just get up and I join.
Okay. We are discussing about the memorandum of understanding that Nigeria signed with France. So people are saying that's national security, that they can know where Remy is now if they want to know today, and they will know how many wives you have,
Yeah.
and all those stuff. So, and I don't know what that would do for them. Then in Kwara State, someone confessed that government gave them gun, all those stuff,
Yeah.
I've been telling people that are from Kwara State that if Yoruba Nation want to go, I don't want Kwara State to join us, especially Ilorin, Then
I think when it comes to about national security or something like that, unfortunately for most African countries, we don't have the technology. If we do have, we don't need anybody assistance. But unfortunately, we do not have. I don't know whether we have the experts that can do that, or whether we have the machines and machinery that can help us to do that. But if we do not have, we have to probably liaise with those that have. And nothing comes for nothing. And nothing comes for something. So to me, I think the first issue of about knowing your country is having a good database to know all the people in that country. They should know your name, where you come from, where you are residing, what's your work. Immediately you move from one city to another city and you want to live in that city, within 24 hours, you should be able to register there. So, but for now, we don't have the database. So people are just moving around as they like. And most of our neighboring countries, they just move in and move out, especially from our porous borders. I think the French are coming here to help us. And I think sometimes most Nigerians always think that the people in government, they don't know nothing. No, I don't subscribe to that. Even before they signed the memorandum, they too will have, because most of the people that works in the foreign affairs and international affairs ministry, I mean the top one, they are also experts and they've went for several training. I think to me, I'm not afraid about that one because they are not saying they are coming here to control your president or control your governors or control your local government chairman or how to administer or how to rule. So nothing big. Even if you sign that security pact with America, sign with China, Nigeria will still raise eyebrow. They will tell you, it's not good, it's that, that. Then tell us other alternative that you have. If that one is better, then people will not say, okay, we can jettison that one of France and then move on with another country. I don't see any big deal in it. And about that one, you talk about Quara. I'm not really surprised about some government officials because to tell you the truth, I always say this: these black people, including me, we are being bombarded by religion, and unfortunately, there's millions of people that are gullible. They don't know nothing. They just follow like that. And they're using them to wipe them to left and right and anyhow they like. So you discover that most of these people fighting, if you ask them, why are you fighting? They don't even know what kind of ideology is it that you have to go and buy other people before you can think about buy people just to maybe follow your religion or follow your ideology, or maybe it's not your tribe, my tribe should be there. What is so crazy about power that you have to be there? Because to be a governor for a day is a lot of headache. But the way it's now in Nigeria, because it's easier, you don't need to do nothing. Just sit down in your state and get the allocation every month, and then you distribute it as you like. But the moment each state now controlling their resources and paying 50% royalty or 30% or whatever they agreed up to the federal government, I'm telling you, all those people looking for money and power, it will die down immediately. Because at that time, you have to think about how do you want to develop your state? How do you want to pay the civil servants in your state? So many things that have to come to your head. So it's going to be a hell of a job to become a governor. Even a local government chairman, it's going to be a hell of a job because it's from the state cover. They have to pay the local government. So we still need a lot of reforms in so many stuff. But I think with time, maybe we'll get there. Hello?
Hello, I'm hearing you. Me, I did here, but I don't know of other people.
So maybe for now I will stop so that other people can talk because I can't talk for too long because of my situation.
No, I was about to, in this how Nigeria has moved backward, do a person like you really feel guilty that you contributed significantly to the backwardness of Nigeria?
I do not feel like that. I even feel that I'm in the middle. I think I was born during the time that I know some of our history, and I was also part of those new reform, new innovations about information technology and the rest. I was in the middle, and I think my generation suffered.
Who did you vote for in 2015?
I did not vote. I was not in Nigeria.
Okay, who did you campaign for?
Actually, to be frank with you, I campaigned for Buhari that time. And the reason, my sole reason for campaigning for Buhari that time, apart from I witnessed some of what he did in 1983, I also think that it would be a slap on people because Jonathan have ruled for the remaining part of Jaradua, ruled for another 4 years. Actually, because I look at objectivity and fairness. So I don't think Jonathan should have gone ahead and contest that 2015 election. And
sorry to cut you short, even today, as I speak today, if they bring that Jonathan again and bring Buhari, great Buhari from the dead, even as two of them has finished ruling before, they bring Jonathan today to contest with Buhari, I will still vote Buhari.
So, as I was saying, even apart from that, to be frank with you, Ola, to me, I did not see any visible development that Jonathan did during his 6 years. He was lucky. Look at the external reserve, about 60 billion. They are selling a crude about more than $100. And there's no visible development in infrastructure in Nigeria. So many stuff just went wrong unnecessarily. So when you look at
Okay. Today, are you proud of trading money for insecurity of Nigeria? Because
no,
whether
I'm
we
looking
like
at
it or
it.
not.
I'm looking at it one by one. In terms of
You add this one to
yeah, in
report
terms
so
of
that
security and economy, I think I blame Buhari 75
do you agree that
70%.
that guy imported banditry in the to add up to
Sure.
Boko
But
Haram?
I told you that he was not a good
That's
president
not
because
true. That's not true. He
he
didn't
look
point
other
by the tree.
way
Stop.
around.
You guys should stop saying things like that.
He
Look, I really
imported
don't like it when you don't like somebody.
banditry,
You start
madam.
crooking up
Is
something for. How can you
evidence is
say
on
Buhari
national
imported banditry to Nigeria? Come on
evidence
now.
is
I think what they
evidence is on national TV and nobody has gone to sue
I
those
think
people
what you
that
can
made
say,
that
Ola, to me, what you can say is this. I think when there was insecurity, when he was ruling, he looked the other way around, trying to protect his own people. Because the
no.
country, this is 2020 something, and we are still
Toward
doing
2015 election, there was this meeting that they said they held that meeting and they look at how they were going to, you understand, go to public space and find this information there now and go and tackle those people that
it's
said
true.
so they
It's
should
true
go
that
and
it was
arrest.
in the
If
public space.
Rufai is alive, Rufai is alive, and those people they mentioned, let them go and arrest now. When they said, okay, how were they going to respond to Jonathan? That these people they use ATLR to go and
Do
bring
you
a foreign
know,
military.
Ola, do
So
you know what causes
why are
this?
we saying that the
Do you
man
know
didn't
what
import the
causes most of
banditry?
this problem? Buhari looked the other way around when the other farmers clashes and so many of this insecurity. He looked away. Then
They said
two,
Buhari was in that meeting when they were planning on how to bring people that will counter that will
no,
counter Jonathan. You are saying look away when he was part of those
no,
people
I'm
that
not
imported
talking about
banditry.
that. I'm talking about when he was ruling. Actually, they might have that plan. You might be right. You might be right. They have a
He
plan
brought
that
someone and you are saying look away. Looking away does
no,
not mean that
listen
he didn't
first.
really do
Listen
it.
at what the context of what I'm saying. There are two things we are saying here. Before he became the president, they might have a plan that Jonathan might refuse to hand over power to him, and then they will now release those guys. Of course, that you might be true. Then I'm talking about when he was ruling himself, when there's all this insecurity that they will go to people's farmland, buy people there, destroy their farmland. He looked away. That is a terrible leader. That is the truth. But I'm not comparing with any other person. He did not perform very well in terms of insecurity. And in terms of economy, maybe I don't know, maybe because it's too old or he cannot handle it. The moment Adeosun left that government, that woman finance minister, that then the cuckoo started to crumble. And since that time, we never know Nigeria just gone ill. And of course, unfortunately for us, COVID-19 also came. And you know that some countries are still suffering, a country that was not planned before. Nothing was planned. And we are still continuing to borrow money to subsidize the oil that we cannot even find in most petrol stations in Nigeria. Everybody just doing, it's a lawless state, okay? So to put this country back into the right direction, it really is somebody that would do a big reform, continue the reform, and live for the next 15 years to make this country a better country. That reform has to go for 16 years, continuous one, before generation yet unborn that are maybe born now can enjoy in the next 16 years. If not,
You will see. You remember the letter the Obasanjo wrote to Buhari? Let me quote it for you. Allowing armed Fulani herders from neighboring countries, Niger, Chad, Mali, into Nigeria, failing to control border, creating conditions that fuel banditry and terrorism.
in as much as
Hold on. Why people
So you
are
believe
saying?
Obasanjo?
Hold on. So, madam, if I don't believe Obasanjo, who should I believe?
Even if Obasanjo wrote something like that, Obasanjo is
Because
also one of the
Obasanjo wrote that thing, that means that thing is happening. You don't know.
No, I know. Who should
What I want
okay,
to say,
let me tell
is that
you.
is it not the same
Obasanjo was not the
Obasanjo
first person to
because
say
of
it.
politics? Ola, take this along. Is it not the same because of politics? Allow most of these northern states, some of them, to have that Sharia law. Come on, let's say the truth. It's not a
No,
good
guy,
man.
guy,
That's what you
focus.
said.
Don't shift. We are talking of
I'm not
banditry.
shifting.
Now, let me tell you one thing. Autumn, you understand? He accused Obasanjo, right? Repeatedly. Now, someone recently came to the national TV and accused and just related how, you understand, they brought those foreign militia that became bandits in Nigeria. You understand to say? So when you see many people and they put their face to this allegation, as long as nobody has gone to the court to challenge that this never happened, and now being the advocate, being a lawyer standing on behalf of why that they didn't do it, when the man himself didn't have that boldness to come out and say it's not. Do you know? Okay, now they are charging one of his lieutenant now. You understand? Which is a Malami now.
That was supposed to even rot in jail, to be frank.
Now, okay. Now, when you are saying he's supposed to be rot in jail, what are the offenses? What are these offenses? Can you just
I will tell you, there is this signatory account that federal government already concluded the payment. This guy went ahead and went ahead and get some 2 lawyers, 2 Ojoro, and he paid them about 17 to 18 million dollars. Now, to trace the money cannot be traceable. That is a fraud. Okay, so many signatory, so many things that have to do with Abacha that this guy collected and pocketed. And during his reign, when he was the Attorney General, he's quite sure that he's protecting a lot of people. He does not even use his brain to find solutions to most Nigerian problems. So I think at the end of the day, he won't be able to explain the source of his wealth. You will see it. And I think this time around, it's quite unfortunate for him now because all eyes are all on Nigeria. There's no escape route. He will go to jail. Maybe another government can now release him in future. But this one, that all eyes are all on Nigeria. I think, unfortunately, it's not in the ruling party as well. I think it's as good as gone. Forget it. And I can see
this
that
Malami is being investigated for terrorism financing too, right?
Yes. It can't go conflict. So many, and I don't doubt that guy can finance. I don't doubt it that guy can finance terrorism. He's that kind of guy. Even I think El-Rufai should also be checked very well. El
Rufai already confessed that he financed terrorism. So what are you talking? Banditry, at least?
No, I don't. We are talking allegedly. We are not sure whether he has confessed.
He said he paid the bandits so that they will stop buying his people. When you pay bandits, what do you expect that the bandit will go and do with money? Someone committed. Okay, see, you guys are not even looking at this thing, and look at what the Nigerian government has been doing that you guys are not looking at. Someone went. 5 people molested. Let me use it. The molesting women did a lot of things to people, kids, and this same government is aware of campaign of pardon, reintegration. You understand, of bandits, of terrorists. So. Let me tell you one thing. What else do you really want to say? Just because they are not carrying cash directly and giving sometimes, you think how do you explain sponsorship?
Yeah, I know you have a very good point. Because they are not separating politics from real security threat in that northern part of the country. They were thinking that it's our people. Are we going to fight them? But you are using your people to terrorize the rest of the country. You are using your people not to make the country safe or safer, and you are using your own people not to make the other people in that region, in that country, to live their own life peacefully. You are destroying their property unnecessarily. Who will continue to open their eyes and let you destroy their property, buy their people and the rest? This is unfair. So it's quite unfortunate. But I just want to tell people
now you agree now that Buhari financed supported terrorists.
Yeah. I want us to really talk about this as MOU with France. Now, with what Tinubu have signed with France, don't you think there is also the possibility of it becoming a problem to us in the nearest future as well? Just the way we are discussing about it.
I think what you should ask yourself is that if you are not signing that MOU with France, which other country do you want to sign with? Is it America that you not raise eyebrow? Is it UK you will raise eyebrow? Is it Russia that you will raise eyebrow? You can't be an isolation. You can't be an isolated country. You have to
I
move
know.
along. Yeah. So I
know we
think there's
cannot.
no need of us to be complaining too much.
I know we cannot be, but what I'm speaking to is the national interest of what we tomorrow be. And again, you know, the way we do things, let us be honest, even if the president from your tribe, you should make, they didn't even debate this kind of something in the National Assembly.
No. Do you know
Wait a moment. With executive order now, and MOU has been signed. Well, the MOU is not really binding anyway, but it's a step forward. And doing it without proper discussion. These are the things I always worried about, because sometimes in the process of discussion, the president is saying
you shouldn't worry too much about this thing. You have to look at your country. What is the problem now? What is the immediate solution, short-term solution and long-term solution? No matter what you sign today, even if you want to buy military equipment, you cannot get it tomorrow. It takes time. So what are the things you need to do now so that in the next few months, in the long run, then when you get the thing you are going to fight with, can't you see that they are now using more of DSSS to penetrate all these terrorists, their camp? And that is why you are seeing some results now. So I don't like the situation where when you want to do something, you are looking at the future every time. If you are looking at the future, you never move a needle. That has been the drawback of most African countries. Let me use example of the developed country for you. Let me use example. Like the so-called America now. Every government come 4 years, they will go. Immediately they come in, they are not looking at in the next 30, 40 years. They are eating the green on the hand. When Trump said he's going to cancel a lot of people's visa, did you not cancel it? Why can't they sort about future implication? They don't care. They just do whatever will benefit their country now, or what will stop the problem now. But most Nigerians, listen, and you will stop. Most Nigerians always think about the first thing is that if I'm going to do something, what will be the implication in the next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years? Who cares? Solve the problem now and then deal with another problem of it in the future. But if you can solve all the problem today, that will be fine. But if you cannot solve it, solve something up to 70%, and the rest you can solve it later. But if you are thinking most time,
what problem will it cause? I'm interested. What problem will it cause to start with?
What?
I'm asking Midwest. What problem will it even cause?
Okay.
The thing is this. I cannot say it will cause this kind of problem or the other, because it's something that have to do with national data. Although we have been careless with our data for a very long time. So, and France as a country, my worry is this. There's always that kind of, I don't know, the kind of words that we use between the English and France. It's like a kind of jealousy, I would call it, or a little tiny jealousy between both of them.
Midwest. I think
you hold on a little bit now. And, we are also English colony. America is watching. United Kingdom is watching, and France is coming for this kind of MOU. And the thing is very important to I can say the entire.
Okay. What do you understand about that MOU first of all before you talk? Because you have to understand.
I think the little thing I know, you can elaborate on it. France is coming to help us to build our tax data and the kind of tax reform that is trying to introduce. France want to be involved, and they will train our people. Wait a moment. They will help you to train our tax officials, and they will also, in that process, they are going to have access to our taxational data system.
Let me give you this news quickly before I comment. First and foremost,
do you want to happen?
no. First and foremost, I want to give you this news. According to the Oyedele, if you are not having up to 25 million naira as a medium level company, MSC or whatever, a small or medium scale, if you are not having up to 24, your stock is not up to 25 million naira in your bank account. The federal government of Nigeria is not even looking at you for tax. That means millions and millions of people are not going to pay tax in Nigeria. So they are targeting. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Let me see.
Yeah.
Whether people pay
No,
tax.
you see that tax something the mistakes some Nigerians made about this. They think that this man want to tax them more. No, they want to do that.
We are not talking. Look, we should not divert it to taxing people or no. We're talking about that tax here. You understand me?
Yeah,
So automatically, look what's going to happen. Every Nigerian that have money, first we have a preview to all of them. Wherever they live, what they do, where they are going.
No,
I think there's a lot of
no, you can't say that because you are not privy to the memorandum. You don't know all the details. We are just talking.
I'm in Nigeria. He's signing because of me and you and himself. This is not like executive power and members. Even to that man that is selling, he's signing because of them.
That is what we call system. That is what we call practice. So maybe they want to help us with the way we set it up. Okay, it's not necessarily means that they will look at each one of you, how much you have in your bank account, how much does not have you. It does not work that way. At least look at the Nigerian immigration survey. They have their own database that now they can profile anybody that is living and coming to that country from their database center in Lagos. So you can't be saying that. And I want to correct an impression. You guys said Nigeria is British colonized. You are right. But at the same time, from my memory, because my father worked in a famous, before he retired, in a famous French company, SCOA and CFAO. So if you look at French companies in Nigeria, they are everywhere in Nigeria, they have their own footprint too. As the British have their footprint, the French have a lot of footprints in Nigeria. Most of their companies are here, and some of them are still here. So you cannot be saying because the British are here, then the others are not here. What about Nestle? Nestle is from Switzerland. They are here. They won't do me.
Wait now. You know, the thing is this. Companies, private investors, it's quite different from when your government signing MOU directly to that institution. So it's not the same thing. You see, the way the French, we shouldn't be the middle between the British and French America strong because there's a way they do things. So you have to also be careful.
Okay, can you give us another country we should do give us another country.
If Midwest does not mind, let me just tell you something about this because see all this fair you are talking about. See, this is not treaty. This is a memorandum of understanding. It's just a memorandum of understanding for goodness sake, and it's just talking about technical cooperation agreement, administrative cooperation agreement. It's not only Nigeria and France that is doing it. Even Canada and some other countries are doing it. I don't even know why people are, because I think people should just do their research before people say something, and we don't even know the.
Ola, you know what? I think it's because of propaganda, especially in the social media. And you know what happened in the Sahel? I think about Mali and Burkina Faso and the rest. And those people continue to churn out a lot of propaganda telling us that.
That's you tell. One guy that himself that because some people are now saying they should go and
Burkina Faso is now Eldorado. Everything is super good. And it's propaganda. It's not true. It's not true. And that's why I said that a lot of Nigerians, because they are not gullible, they don't research by themselves. Anything they hear from social media, they just believe it, and that is final. So you can believe that a Burkina Faso that GDP cannot even pass the GDP of your state. They are now telling you it's a super state in West Africa. It's better than Nigeria. Their leader is doing the wonderful thing, and it's all propaganda. There was a guy that was living in Burkina Faso that was relaying an experience as in Nigeria that the place is worse, is terrible, more than. So sometimes Nigeria don't appreciate what they have. How can you be comparing a failed state like Burkina Faso, Mali, and the rest with Nigeria that still have a pocket of hope? So many people also come to Nigeria. They were surprised that most Nigerian capital cities have developed because, especially by road, if they're coming through Cameroon, they were most surprised. Oh God! And things were changing. Of course, maybe not at the pace Nigerians want. But what I know is that if you want to be a big player in this world, then you have to sign a lot of agreement with various countries of the world. You cannot be an isolated country. But if you are looking at it, anything you want to put your pen into, you're already scared or afraid. How do you move the needle? So I don't understand. If your country want to move ahead, and you people are complaining every time, complaining excuses, blah blah blah. It's your tribe, not your tribe. That is not the way government is done. I remember when Yaradua made some good move that time. Everybody applauded him. But
See,
I knew.
Remy, my prayer is that it work well for everybody. And again, but seeing sometimes I want Nigeria to have that, self autonomy to a certain level when it comes to that data
Okay.
level.
Next week, the House of Representatives, they are going to be voting on various bills. And some of the bills include
What do you mean by
police.
next week? This week or next week?
I mean, this week, sorry. This week is already Monday. Yeah, this week.
Okay.
This week. They are going to be voting on various bills about state policing, judiciary, electoral reforms, and so many other stuff. In fact, they are also thinking about reducing the amount of litigation. If you take after election, I don't know whether they want to reduce from 6 months to 3 months so that governance will continue, so that nobody will just stretch it to 6 or 7 months unnecessarily. So, and then they're also going to be talking about state resource control, because I believe that immediately they do that state resource control, you Midwest, you will not be fighting Abuja again. It is your state government that you hold more responsible. And that, if you are talking about federal system, that's
We'll be campaigning for that. We'll be campaigning for that. If it took, I'm not saying because I said I'm talking about the
but the
task.
problem, the issue that there are some analysts that are saying that the state police, the northern people have keen in, but that state resource control, some of them are still skeptical to keen in, and that is why
Yeah,
the problem lies.
the reason is this: the northerners will not settle well with state resources control. At the moment, they
Yeah,
need
no.
much. They need much for federal to survive because the
When would they
insecurity have
when would they
ravaged.
stop? When they have been
Wait now,
relying
the
on the line.
insecurity have ravaged the entire economy. Most
Is
of
it
the
not
states in
is
North
it not their own, is it not the architect? They are the architect of their own downfall now. They
Yeah,
are the
but yes, what I'm saying is this: whether they key in, they don't key in. Tinubu must look for a way to make sure whether he can use Supreme Court to do it, let it do as he did local government. Once it's in existence, and that's all. Let people go and fend for themselves.
That local government total autonomy is also there in that bit. They are going to be voting for it because
So they just do it and they let it go. So everybody,
and they are also talking about
responsibility.
they are talking about local government election. Maybe they want to move it from the
so that
state
so that
electoral
the state
commission.
so that the state that want to buy wheelbarrow to equip their citizens
No,
should
they
be doing
want
that.
to.
The others who want to send their citizens for apprenticeship and to learn something and skills, whether they are university graduate, and we do their own and see who will succeed in the future. Some governor will just collect free money, go and buy wheelbarrow and shovel and say we are empowering youth to go and do farm. Now we buy the
It's very fun, and some will collect money and go and marry 1,000 people off. What is that?
Yes. Then you collect money, you go and buy ticket for people to go to Hajj, they call it, I don't know. This
No,
is
I'm not
Saudi
even
Arabia.
talking about jihad.
Oh,
I'm not talking about
okay.
that jihad. Oh, that
No,
is
I
going to
mean,
that is different.
where they
What
go
I
to
am
Saudi.
talking about is taking young people of 2 or 3 or 500 people, coming them together and doing big marriage ceremony for them. To me,
Yeah.
it's a total waste of fun. And I
No.
think the truth must be if the people of that place continue to use the same ideology, because of politics, not sending their children to school or making sure that everybody, there is nobody begging on the street anymore. Force them to school, build a hostel for them, give them 24-hour security there.
Remy,
You understand?
see what will
So,
happen once we have state police. That is when the state will be having power to say, look, my friend, you go leave our state for us, go to another place.
of
Because some
course,
people
now.
need to go,
Of
some people
course,
need to go, they need to go to their place of origin. They need to.
of course,
Yeah,
because your
they just
state
need to.
cannot be prospering while some people from other part of Nigeria want to enjoy. You kick them out systematically. You are not a resident, so you will not be allowed to free medical, free school, free all of this, and they have to go back to their state.
Yeah.
Or you should pay for the services. That is how
Just
some
like
states do.
you just carry trailer, you load human being like sardine. And under Nigeria law, trailer is supposed to carry passenger. They will be
You know
coming
what they
direct
used
to
to, you know
direct to
what they
they
used
will
to
people
do,
will flow like animal. Almost thousands in number.
what
Let's
they
say
are doing,
hundreds.
what they are doing is that during the off-peak season, they will send their people down south to come and do any kind of menial jobs. And when the rainy season comes for agriculture, they go back and do the agriculture wherever. But because they are in the south and they see that this place is peaceful, why should I go and be a farmer? I can be an Okara rider and I can even make more money. But the irony of it is that the money they are making in the south, they go back to their village, they get married the third, fourth wife, and then they continue to populate. And those children, you are not taking care of them. You're only taking care of yourself down in the south here. You don't care. So at the end of the day, if this resource we can do state resource control, every state should have a kind of law that of course you can live in my state, but some of these amenities you are not going to enjoy it. If you want to go to our public school because you are not from this state, you can go, but you pay tuition fee. You have to pay school fees. That is how it's supposed to be. This way it will curb a lot of people from coming unnecessarily.
That is true.
No, I think some things are critical to moving that country forward if we must move together. Number one, if you ask me, Sharia need to go off our constitution. Nobody is discussing it now because if these people are evaluate now, I think the evildoers, they'll be waiting for the right time to indoctrinate Nigerians, especially the innocent one that will come in the future that they don't even understand what people are facing today. Yeah. Just like most of us today, na lie is too much. Even when we are seeing the right thing, when we are seeing all the threat, we like to deny it. And before we know, the thing is staring at us now. You understand? Na lie is too much. How do I mean is this? And one of those things, if you ask me, is if other states can just stand up that all those 12 Sharia states, we have to remove Sharia out, or we have to have some kind of a referendum in the constitution that we allow anybody that wants to go to me. If I have my way.
According to that bill, they want to reduce Sharia to only a dispute of marriage or whatever. But anything that has to do with criminal or something like that, no, Sharia should not handle it. That is according to what
send me that bill because I don't understand. Because if that if that bill is still there, you understand, it's still a potential.
I will look for it. Yeah.
Now, because every bill that they have to do in Nigeria for the future people to understand, in case they want to pass that bill, the story, the history behind all those things, we should not hide this history. Now, like a person like me, as much as I get a little bit, you understand, I will be doing documentary on some of this, you understand. If I get someone that can voice very well, I will be doing documentary on this and I will be posting it to public space, my website, all those stuff, so that the future generation, they have to. Any day we have like a digital library, we can be giving those people all those kind of documentary, and we let them see those documentary what happened, because these guys will come and lie in the future that all these things that happened never happened. You understand? They will tell you that it never happened. And because they are, before you know, they will change strategy and they will start they start buying property. Just imagine if people that are property in Lagos were supposed to be Fulani instead of instead of our Igbo brothers. Therefore, don't show us Shegeo. You understand?
Good morning,
And
Ola,
also,
everybody. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Kenny Mighty, welcome, sir.
How you doing, my brother?
We are fine. We are fine.
That's good.
So,
but at the end of the day, the Lagos State government have handled them. Whether you build it does not belong the land.
no. We can be so gullible. That's not the problem. See all those bandits. See, they will just some of them because you know they are raising money now.
Lagos State is even trying. Come to the southwest where you see a lot of.
Let me tell you, the money that all these bandits and terrorists they've got from Nigeria in the name of ransom, all those stuff. You understand? I think it's even if it's not even more than the Nigerian defense. You know, if these people now start bringing this money out in the future, you understand? It'll start bringing the money out in the future just to come and buy property. And I think it's just a recommendation. I think one of the things the government need to do in the future is this: change the currency. Change the currency. You understand? I know some of them might have converted it and put it in dollars and all those stuff. We should find a means of tracing that money. Any money that anybody cannot explain, you cannot attach any business to it.
So, and I think that is part of the reason why some people are afraid of the tax laws.
Then we have to fence our borders. We keep saying this thing. You understand? Our population is not our population. There are many. In fact, I don't have the statistic, but this is just my own conjecture.
Do you know I was
think we have more than 40 million illegal
I was
immigrants.
even surprised that most
Nigeria.
European countries, they fence their border.
Exactly.
They fence them.
Exactly.
Including
India fence their border. So
Nigeria
many countries.
Ola, Nigeria is too big. Let me see.
It's not too big. Are you as big as America?
Kenny Mighty, Nigeria is not bigger than India.
It's not even bigger than so many of these. Even in Congo,
Nigeria is not bigger than India. India did 5,000 kilometers of fence.
You can fence it now. Fence we are talking about does not mean have to be concrete fence. It can be. It can be wire.
In fact, the money needed for fence is not even up to half of what they are spending on Lagos Calabar Coastal Road.
The problem we are having, Ola, is this. Our northern brother should first know that people from Chad, Niger, or whatever, they are their own there. There's another country. They should not be thinking that. So that's the problem. They should not be thinking they are the same set of people. You can be the same type as in culture, but they are not Nigerians. They should first put that thing in their head first. What do they mean? How can they be coming and going on like this?
See, if you think those people think the same way you are thinking, you are lying to yourself and you are deceiving yourself. Don't you remember when those people in Niger, when the junta want to take over, Nigeria they were ready to go attack those people. What were this? Everybody was crying. Oh, you want to kill our family? It's our family.
Just what we did to Benin Republic, we would have done it to Niger. And that person, the democracy
now,
will have been
they forced the hand of the government to stop. So those people, they believe they are the same people. Even Matawale, what is his name? That governor in PDP, is he not the one that said, all Fulani are Nigeria? They have right to be in Nigeria from other country. You understand? And see, we all know that most of these people, they're not even Nigeria.
Yeah, so
we know.
Even when we are growing up, we know that most of the Fulani are from Niger and Chad, begging for money in the streets of
Even Mauritius. Look at this guy, that's Baba Mehdi. All his family, they're from Mauritius now. And that was a video that I was watching. There's a video of a woman that was watching. He said most of these Fulani people, they still go back home. They still go back to Mauritius. They still go back to their country originally.
Let them go to Mauritius and be tending to whatever.
Every year, he said they go. Even that's Baba Mehdi just came back from Mauritius, so they know that that's where they come from. But it's just not people. They deliberately open the border for these people to come up to Nigeria. Why? Why is okay? Don't you have border with Benin Republic? Why are they not coming that way? Don't you have border with Cameroon? Why are they not coming that way? The same way not people are doing. You know, so if anybody think this will change, they will never change. See, the solution to this problem, the solution to this is government to give states control of people that enter the their territory.
Yes.
If
Control
Southwest, yes, if Southwest, if you're coming to Southwest now, then we should have a border in Southwest. Okay, what's the business here?
Yeah,
What are
this is
coming to do here?
this is the way they will control it. For anybody coming to Southwest to come and live here, immediately that you are renting an apartment, the first thing the landlord will have to go and register with the local police.
No, you should have resident permit. You should have
Yes,
like
resident,
permit.
even if you are not even talking about local resident permit, register with the local police. Tell the police what kind of job you are doing. If you are a madman or a criminal, you will think twice.
You understand?
And any suspicious move, the Southwest should just take up the landlord and jail them. If they use two people as example, people will be very careful of renting an apartment out to any Tom, Dick, and Harry like that.
You know what I mean?
And
there are so many things.
those people that come to
we
this
say,
state,
when we say people in the north, we not accept. You understand? No, we are not serious. When we are serious, they have no option. We have to fence that.
They have to accept now. No choice now. When you control
because hold on. Let me tell you one thing. Our population, I think we have at least 40 million aliens that are claiming Nigeria. So when we do this thing, we have to do proper censor. We have to do proper censor, and we have to restrict all those people to their country. You understand?
I didn't know the one in government. I didn't know the one apply to be your president in Nigeria. Don't say people. Say people. They already.
They are not the only. They are not the only ethnic group in Nigeria. That's what I'm saying.
No,
you understand? They are not the only ethnic group in Nigeria.
See,
so others, they have to stand against them.
When it comes to the north, see, these people, they already have power over the people in that place.
But they are also revolting against them too, mind you. So things are changing drastically.
Okay, imagine that Baba made, for example. If that guy become a president, you think he will close border from some people? That's why.
I don't. You know what? They are also having problem now. The problem they are having is because they are too greedy, and when you are too greedy, then things will now turn back on you. What I'm trying to say is very simple. They have been in power. For example, Buhari ruled for 8 years from the northwest. For God's sake, why don't you think about, even if you want the power to go back to the north, why not from the northeast or north central? And you are preparing your ground that whenever the power comes to the north again, you want to have it. Is it only you people there? When the south,
you know why? It's because we have some people from the south as well that give them the backing. People like Obasanjo. You understand? People like Obasanjo, they are the ones supporting them to take over. Because you hate somebody.
No. You know. This time around, I will tell you the truth. Nothing anybody can do. Tinubu is also not a stupid man. When Obasanjo was there, his second time, it was a do or die something. He crushed everybody crushable. He won landslide.
Tinubu is not even crushing. They are the one that do themselves with their own thing. They have to do
themselves now. They have to do themselves because at the end of the day, the problem Atiku have is that Atiku thought that if he float a new party, a lot of people will rush there. But now nobody's going there.
But we are see
because
Remy,
they are not stupid too. Yeah.
Remy, see all this party, all these people that blame Tinubu for the downfall of most of this party, they don't know it's their own deal. It's their own doing. Okay, Obi have control of Labour Party. Control. Why can't he hold that party tight and build that party? Now that everybody's looking for where to go now, that's where people will be going. You understand?
Do you remember Kenny Mighty that Obi was there when they put Abure after the 2023 election as a national convention? Obi was there. And within some few months, you change again and caught side with another faction. Is that a leader?
Yeah, because it's not taking it.
And look at Atiku. Atiku knew categorically that power should go back to the south.